and your champion of the 2024 Cascade Challenge, Deanne Carey.
And welcome in to beautiful Shelton Springs, Washington for round 1 of Discraft's Cascade Challenge. This is our first Elite Series in the great state of Washington. Who takes the first title? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. We are just a ways outside Olympia, Washington, seen there in beautiful Shelton Springs. Gonna take a look at Arcana current conditions. It's a little chilly today. Nice disc golfing weather though. Hopefully that humidity can stay down. And welcome into the booth. I'll be your host, Ian Anderson. That is Hall of Famer, 3-time world champion Des Redding over there. We're in Washington for an Elite Series, Des.
Oh, I love it. Washington golf is so mental. I think we're going to be in for what it is called, a Cascade Challenge today.
It is. Yep. And we have Missy Gannon coming off a great win at the Champions Cup.
Yeah, and actually Holland with the, even though her last event wasn't so hot, she is the hot card coming into the event itself.
Okay. All right. We're going to take a look at some of Missy's play. The Champions Cup. Classic Missy does, just clutching up what she needed to.
When everything is on the line, Missy really knows how to bring the top-notch game. There's just no doubt about it. And she broke open the major last year at the U.S. Women's Championship. She solidified that big money Missy because now she put behind that big money, she put actually the major champion and now a 2-time. It's huge.
I love a little fact that before she went on tour, she worked at a bank and she liked handling money. She still likes handling money.
It's better to be putting it in your own account,
there
isn't
you go,
it?
Des. Absolutely.
Such a great feeling right here, just to be able to have 2 majors under your belt. It just solidifies everything that you've worked hard for.
And we have Hold My Bag, a new fantasy launching. The biggest fantasy disc golf game on the market. There are free and paid contests. You'll be competing for huge prizes of cash at each event. Sign up before the next event at holdmybagdg.com. That's holdmybagdg.com. And speaking of money, Missy Gannon.
Ooh, look at those stats right there. Work smarter, not harder.
She knows which ones to win, huh?
That is really impressive. Totals all the way across the board, but 26 wins to 12 wins. Missy really does know how to hit those tournaments, right?
Yeah. How about that Owen Scoggins number too, huh? All that money with 3 wins?
She is so sneaky. She's always in contention.
Yeah, she
and
is.
that just really shows like consistency will bring home a paycheck every day.
Yeah, she's getting that check on the regular. And taking a look at your odds, if you're into wagering on some disc golf. Hanley, your favorite. Are you taking Hanley there with those odds, Des?
I mean, I said it just not too long ago. She is the hands favorite. I would take those odds. I feel like she has a good advantage here. Hansen being really close. She's only like 2 hours away from the course, so I know she's ran some hot tracks around here. She's going to bring her game too. But across the board, these are all pretty good odds to put down.
I might throw a little money on Sten here. It's kind of lefty friendly out here.
Oh, absolutely.
You know?
You're right.
Yeah,
because the forehand is definitely going to be a good play out here.
Yeah, she's got a great one. Great putter too.
At least you'll yield a little bit better on your turn with her too.
Yeah, we'll see how it shakes out. Hannah Wynn, coming off her best major finish, 10th at the Champions Cup, will tee off on the other side of this break.
They're back, and better than ever. The 2025 Discraft Tour Series lineup has arrived featuring the fan favorite Z-Swirl plastic. Swirly, grippy, and built for flight. Z-Swirl was a standout in 2020, and now it's here again for another legendary legendary season. Support your favorite Discraft pros and bag a piece of disc golf history. These limited edition discs won't last long, so grab yours before they're gone. Available now at discraft.com.
My name's Paul Uliberry, and I use the Uli Signature All-Terrain cart. I use the all-terrain because when I'm on tour, I typically use a lot more discs than a lot of people, and this is the slimmest cart you're gonna get with the most disc capacity. It's easy to navigate around the course, and the height of the seat, perfect for a rest spot. Also easy to transport in your vehicle from spot to spot. If you're like me and you carry a lot of discs, this is the cart for you.
Legends built it. The next generation is elevated. The most dominant team in disc golf history just got deeper. World champions, record breakers, the future of the game, united under one banner. This isn't just competition, it's a legacy in motion. This is the next chapter. Discraft, built for flight.
What up, guys? It's Mo here. Thank you so much for the support, not only this year, but every year I've been with Infinite. My new 2025 stamp is now live on infinitediscs.com. And it would mean a lot to me if you guys would go check them out. It supports my tour. I mean, who doesn't need another emperor in their lives, right? So go get one.
This is the Simon Line lens cap. It is total eclipse, which means it glows in the center and it also glows in a different color in the rim.
And welcome back to Disc Golf Network coverage of the Cascade Challenge. We have a Zuka Kart special rolling for you. This week only, new or returning DGN subscribers have a chance to win a Zuka Kart mystery bundle, a $500 value. Look at all that stuff. I love my Zuka Kart. Never leave home without it. You know who else loves her Zuka Kart? Owen Scoggins. Oh, there's no Zuka Kart today. She's got a caddy. Looks like husband Justin is at work today on the Friday. On second, hole 7, par 4, into the woods here. Scoggins, Des, come on.
Just classic Owen right there with that karate chop over forehand. Always finishing on the right angle.
Let's roll back a Zuka. Weaving through the woods is Scoggins beautifully.
Those shots really just shows how much field work that it takes to know those different shots and angles.
Incredible. And we are headed back to 1 for your second feature card.
One of our feature cards. And teeing off first, from Burnsville, Minnesota, Raven Klein.
Yeah, Raven!
Really looking forward to this chase card. We got a lot of up-and-comers with lots of potential.
OB long. That should settle before, though. Yes, it does.
That's a smile of a home state fan right there.
Then, from Oceanport, New Jersey, Eliezra Mitling.
Eliezra controlled the distance really well right there by throwing a mid-range.
And she needs to. She's got a heck of an arm, Des.
Absolutely.
Pierce wide and OB off the tee.
Hole 2 playing a little trickier than I was expecting with that OB.
Hole 1, that is.
That is right.
And here are some fun facts about the Cascade Challenge. The third year of the Cascade Challenge with a silver event in 23, Q Series in 24, and first Elite Series in Washington this year. It has always been hosted out here in Shelton Springs. Designed in collaboration with the Mason County Disc Golf. And I love this. You can come out and play this one, Des. That is not the case for most Pro Tour courses.
Absolutely not. What an advantage to locals and traveling players to be able to play a Pro Tour layout and then to enjoy the actual other 2 to 3 courses that are actually at Shelton Springs.
Yeah. Got to get out here if you can. Coda Montgomery to move into a tie for second.
Nice. We haven't seen a lot of Kona currently on tour. It looks like she's went back to her kind of Anheuser putt. Worked out good for her.
Yeah. Back to 1. Long look at par for Pierce. She is second in tour in Circle 2 putting this year, almost 30%. That one dries up a little short, though. It was a long ask. Scoggins, you saw the approach a few moments ago. Now the drop-in birdie. Beautifully done. Back to 1. Playing the who's out game. Looks like Raven Klein has 1. It's a birdie look for Klein.
As a player, I've always loved the tufted circles. This really just makes our game flow so much better. And then as a player, it really makes the putt seem so much easier.
Ooh, great bid from Raven. Skitters off the top of the cage there. I never thought about that. The pace of play lets you figure out who's out a lot quicker, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. I remember back in the day, we used to haggle a little bit. Well, you know, like, I don't know, maybe you.
Win, keeping it going from Stockton. Nice putt.
Yeah, she untapped her potential last weekend, and I'm excited to see how it's going to play out for her.
Mitling, also a birdie look. Not to be for Eliezra. Pierce gets in the bogey. Klein a par. And Mitling a par. And it's a cool day in Shelton Springs, but Hannah Wynn off to a hot start.
Yeah, just outside of the circle, little stepper, perfectly placed.
So the no way. You talking about superhero stuff? There's a flying Kev man.
I knew Levi before Pound was a company. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect. At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best bag ever made. It's the most comfortable bag that I've ever worn. The most tough and well-built and long-lasting thing that I'd ever tried on.
Discraft, built for flight.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series discs. They're the ones I lean on to get close to the basket, and each of them have a consistent grip. So as you cycle through the series, you won't have to change the way that you hold the disc. These are torque-resistant discs that are more stable than the PA series, provide a consistent fade at the end of the flight. The best way to find your flight is to get out and use these discs yourself. What's going on, guys? Hold My Bag just launched the greatest disc golf fantasy game in the universe.
Hold My Bag just dropped the best fantasy disc golf game the planet has ever seen.
I want to tell you guys about the newest disc golf fantasy game on the market.
One of my favorite parts is the Hold My Bag. This is something that we started doing, and it's actually a lot of fun.
There's a place where the game meets the extraordinary. Eagles Crossing Disc Golf, a realm of lush fairways and peaceful woods, where every hole offers a new chapter in your adventure. Explore this one-of-a-kind disc golf property that boasts not one, but 2 championship-level courses. Eagles Crossing is where your perfect round begins. Book your tee time online at eaglescrossingdiscgolf.com.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants, and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
The Cascade Challenge is presented by Discraft, the world leader in disc sports. Welcome back. We are on hole 8 with Kona Montgomery. Little humid out in Shelton Springs today, Des.
I was just going to say the same thing. I was like, I know this isn't my glasses.
Kona weaving her way up the fairway beautifully to just outside bullseye. What a shot.
What a shot. I'm going to enjoy this look right here. We can see how the fairway and the disc just tracks down it.
This is the excitement that woods golf gives you, though, Des. Oh, it just missed that tree. Oh, it just missed that tree, you know?
And it's nice. As a viewer, we're seeing, like, is there a fairway? But when you actually turn around and look from the target, you can see the fairway. And as a player, that's a great way to practice your course, too.
Hole 2, win. That's a great-looking swing.
Center cut, perfect positioning.
Yeah, there's Obi right hazard on the left here on hole 2. Klein next to tee.
Really a stock hyzer for our right-handed, backhanded throwers.
Middling.
Ellie right there was trying to do some more distance to get closer to the opening of the second shot in the tree line.
Yeah, eagle definitely in play for her with 2 good shots.
Absolutely. With this par 5, I feel like we'll see how it plays out, but the par 5 might be a little soft.
Yeah, same could be said for Pierce. She can eat up 660 in 2 throws, no problem. And looks like she's off to a good start.
Yeah. And what we're seeing right here is just get out into the middle and position for that second shot.
Montgomery for birdie on hole 8. You saw the drive. For a share of the lead.
Real nice.
Your Innova player is at the top of your Innova Hot Rounds right now. Tied with Rebecca Cox. Danielle Keene, haven't heard that name before. Well, she can 2 down through 3 though. She can play.
Yeah, we're seeing Kona and Rebecca tied there. Rebecca did bogey that first hole, which I feel like the first hole is really important. It seems so easy in a sense, but we're seeing big swings from 2 to 5s on it. So
Wow.
it is a pretty good opener. And Rebecca with the 1 bogey stroke and Kona being clean. It's going to be a good battle out here on the woods.
There's my value pick, Sten. 1 down through 3.
She's moving up.
Yeah, she tried. Ellie Ezra and her second on hole 2. Looks like there might be someone on the green, as you see the flaggers holding up the red flag. Never fun having to stand over for a shot for a while, Des, when you're ready to throw.
So hard to wait. We could tell the frustration a little bit with the way the towel went down in that bag.
Allison giving that a go, but Channing out. This is what they're waiting for back on the fairway. Oh boy. Let's go back to Kona. Hole 9. This one is plans kind of a double dogleg right. First shot out into the fairway, and your second shot is back into the woods around the corner.
That is a very tricky right-handed backhand turnover. That OB can come up really quick.
And it's your third to last card. Looks like they're cleaning up on the green of 2. There's Madison Tomeno, Pacific Northwest mainstay. Ellie is getting the green to go, but we'll ask our man Perk about the weather. How's it feel on the ground, sir? Looks a little gloomy.
Yeah, it is pretty gloomy, Ian. It's not quite raining, but everyone's getting soaked. Ellie Ezra had to wait for quite some time and then just delivers a rope that just drifts past the fir tree. She'll have a look at eagle there. But yeah, it's wet. I'm concerned about the tee pads. We're playing on cement here, and they just already look extra slick.
Yeah, that can definitely be a factor. Thank you, Perk.
Absolutely. In the woods, in the cover, tee pads tend to be more slick in the woods.
Yeah. There are some beautiful woods up in the Pacific Northwest. It's surprising how remote Shelton is.
I agree.
Yeah. Went there a couple years ago, and there's like 3 restaurants within half an hour.
And then what a mecca to come and play this great course. It's definitely worth checking out.
Yeah. Wynn sends her second a little wide on hole 2. Klein, the same. And also the same on the result as well. Oh my. It can get a little thick out here, Des, if you get off those fairways.
Yeah, Washington is known for not cutting trees down, so you want to stay as close to the middle of the landing zones as you can get.
We're back to 9, this time for Scoggins' second. Sends it around the hazard and into the green for a birdie putt.
That was a replay of the shot we saw not too long ago.
Right. Paige Pierce and her second on 2. Bogeyed 1, an eagle would do wonders. Not a bad kick for Pierce, all things considered.
Came right back to the fairway. I agree with you.
Flashing back to this earlier shot from Scoggins, the shot of the day so far, this crazy flex forehand does. I thought it was cooked coming out of her hand, as much angle as that had, but I should have known better.
You should have known better. I went out to the field to try these shots, just replicate them. It's something special that she's got going on.
Look at this. It's headed straight for the ground, but finds edge at the perfect time. She's a forehand machine.
Get out and learn your disc players, what it takes to get on the Pro Tour.
Yep. Fun fact, we just signed up Owen Scoggins and Simon Lizotte for a Champs versus Chumps. We're filming that the Monday before Portland Open.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
That is total champs. Good
Yeah.
luck, Chumps.
I know we're going to get crushed again. But if you want to go, play with Owen Scoggins, Simon Lizotte, tickets are going on sale soon.
That might be fun.
On
I
the
might be in town.
Disc Golf Pro Tour website.
When is that again?
The Monday before.
Monday before?
It's a Memorial Day, so everyone's got it off work. We should have a pretty good chump army out there.
I love it. I might even think about coming out and being a chump.
We'll have you throw one. You're disqualified, though. You're absolutely disqualified.
Oh, I can chump it up with the best of them.
Raven Klein, as mentioned, off the fairway on 2 and in the thick stuff for her third. It sounded great, Des, and it is great.
She was listening for nothing, and that's exactly what she wanted to hear.
Wonderfully done by Klein. That was her third. She'll have a long look at birdie. Easy par, though. Back on 9 with Kona, her second. Flexing that over the hazard. Oh!
Yeah.
Yeah, that happened, Des. Oh, my God.
She knew it, too. I saw her hands go up. I was like, this might have a chance.
Kona is dialed this morning. Off the top. Oh, my goodness.
So nice. She just delivered that touch shot. You could tell that she was slow, but then she had the hit as she followed through, kept the spin.
You'll love it. You also love Big Money Missy. You'll see her after the break.
At Pound, the quality of our gear runs deeper than the stitching. That's why we make everything right here in the US, employing highly skilled, well-paid professionals. From bomb-proof Cordura fabric to YKK zippers and recycled plastics, we source the highest quality US materials to make the most comfortable, durable pack in disc golf. Our lifetime warranty stays with the pack, not the purchaser. So regardless of how you find us, we will be here to make sure your pack stays on the course and out of the landfill. Pound's integrity is held together with more than just thread.
My name's Holland Hanley.
My name is Albert Tim.
And we use the Easy Cart. I went with the Easy Cart because it lets me switch back and forth between using the bag and using the cart.
I like the simplicity of Easy Cart. On the longer courses, it takes off a lot of weight from my bag.
I also get the extra storage below.
And it works for the smallest and the biggest bags in the game.
I think the Easy Cart goes for whoever already has a nice big premium bag and they don't want to spend a ton of money also getting the most expensive cart.
Can I just say I agree?
Ditto.
And welcome back to Disc Golf Network's coverage of the Cascade Challenge. We have trading cards are in the Pro Shop over at dgpt.com/shop. All the best players. Make sure you grab them now before they go up in value. Cards are insane these days, Des. The value, unbelievable.
I love some of these new looks. Look at Silva's. This looks good.
Yeah, they're awesome. Really, really well done. Can you get it? for the lead. Montgomery. Beautiful.
Taking her time, it's so important, and especially when she's had the issues with having bad putts.
Mm-hmm. Just a moment here. Pretty cool disc golf sculpture there, Des.
I love the basket head.
Yeah. Perk, what do you know about basket head?
Yeah, I was talking to a couple people from the Mason County Disc Golf Club, and they told me that it's actually a welding project from the local college here. So, pretty cool deal. They didn't even know what disc golf was until they welded the frisbee onto his hand.
Love it. Looks like we are walking over to hole 1 for our feature card. We will be watching
This is the 10 o'clock
Cat
tee time.
Merch, Ella Hansen, Holland
This is
Hanley,
our
and Missy
feature
Gannon.
card. And teeing off first from Rosebud, Arkansas, Cat Merch. Next, from Seattle, Washington, Ella Hansen. Then, from Grapevine, Texas, Holland Hanley.
That's a nice start for your tourney favorite there, Des.
Missy Gannon.
Missy matching that as well.
We are off. That is a fun stacked card,
Yeah,
feature card. I'm excited.
Really good one. Montgomery, tee of 10. This one is the Island Green. And there is a new way into the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championships. 8 MPO and 4 FPO play into the MVP Open, 4 MPO and 2 FPO play into the Disc Golf Pro Tour Championships. Looking at how it breaks down as it squeezes in during the playoffs. Kind of makes the playoffs a little more engaging. You can still get in even if you're outside.
I like it.
A good finish at those last tournaments, yeah.
I like the extra play in.
Win, tee of 3. Back to 1. Merch. It's a long look at 2. Great effort.
Yeah, good stroke there. Good opener.
One more look at this circle 2 bid from Cat. Hansen on the same, also putting for birdie. It's a great putt to make to start your round.
It is. It was just at a distance where you feel like you need to make it at all points in time, but at just enough where you could miss it too, especially on that opening hole.
Yeah.
That was a good make for Ella.
Gannon to match that birdie from Hansen.
That's everyone's favorite putt right there inside the bullseye.
Absolutely. That is a Cat Merch par. Will be followed by a Hanley drop into 3 birdies and a par from your feature card on 1. Off to a hot start. Mittling on the tee of 3.
Yeah.
The card likes it, and you can see why.
Really hit the perfect gap right there, nice and low. You want to definitely throw lower into the woods to minimize any hits.
Kona made the island on 10, but tough to get super aggressive on that pin. Easy par. Pierce made a par on hole 2, still 1 over, now on the tee of 3. Even better. It's Pierce in the bullseye. And your top 10 as it sits right now. Kona, 2-stroke lead.
Put a nice pace out there in the woods. I feel like there's definitely going to be some scores under. I was thinking about 7 to 8 might be a good benchmark.
Win in her second on hole 3. This one went left of intended. Don't mind that kick.
You have to be creative out here, and as I said, Washington is all mental golf because you're not going to find yourself in the best positions at pretty much maybe 90% of the time.
Very true, Des. Montgomery on 11. A bit of a yank and a heck of a send off that tree. Oh my. Mittling, birdie putt. Win for her par. That is a great up and down after a tough drive. And Paige Pierce. Back to even she goes with a drop-in birdie. We are taking a look at our birdie zone here on hole 2, Des. Maybe a little eagle zone there too, huh? The purple?
Yeah, I would say that is definitely the eagle zone, and we saw most of our players throwing that Stockheiser right into that birdie zone. And as I looked through those scores on the par 5 hole 2, when I thought it was soft, it's probably pretty fair for the fact that we are not seeing eagles. We're seeing the birdies that we want to see. And for the most part, that extra par 5, when you get off the fairway, is allowing that stroke that everyone needs to save a par. And that's a good design.
So that's the birdie zone, and it's sponsored by Birdie Pro. I don't understand why they advertise a board game when the whole world is going digital. At least they offer free shipping during the tournament, Does.
I love board games. I packed a couple in the motorhome, so Scrabble on, everyone.
I know, I'm a big board game guy. Love that. Ella's loving that drive off two's clean. Tee clean, excuse me. Hanley. Gannon.
Yeah, it looks like all of our players are playing on the Birdie Pro board game right there, hitting that zone.
They are. And something really cool they've done out here as Cat Merch steps up. You'll see these stakes out here in the fairways. Those are distance markers to the pin. Oh, let's get back in time. Oh, it does not. And that will be a ways back as well, because that's the OB side of the fairway.
That was a stroke and distance.
Yeah.
And if you did notice hole 1, she had a little bit of pull on hole 1, and it just missed the tree through the gap.
Montgomery second on 11. You saw the drive. It was a little right and then kicked very far left. Ooh, I heard a tree earlier than hoped for Kona.
I was hoping she might have had a little bit of fairway there with that tee pad.
Yeah. Perk, I kind of alluded to these stakes. Can you talk about those a little more?
Yeah, I think they're 100, 200, and 300 stake markers, and it really helps here because sometimes when you find yourself just a little bit off the fairway, it's pretty tough to get your bearings and know how far away you are from the pin.
Yeah, with you there. Really nice addition to the course. Merch throwing her third after the OB drive. Oh boy.
She is hating that.
Oh, loving the kick though.
Yeah, it's hard for me to say where it went. Was that a Mando?
I don't believe it is. It is not a Mando.
Then she is loving it.
Yeah. This was headed for the woods. It was going to be safe, but that was a really nice kick out into the fairway for Merch. You like your chances for a par from there.
I will pick it up, thank you.
Yeah, so the red are 100, 200 for white, and 300 for blue. You see the blue one right there off to the left. Montgomery and her third on 11. It ate up some ground, Des.
It did. And we can see a white stake right there. As courses are getting longer and longer, it's such a nice addition if your parks department or the club wants to put stakes in. It models golf. It really just, it makes our game more solid.
Gannon looks like she's about, call it 370, 350 to the tee, or to the pin. Oh. Getting a little left of target there. That was just her second. You still like her chances for a birdie. Mittling, tee of 4. Woods golf, Des.
I'm a firm believer in the 2/3 rule. If you can get 2/3 down the fairway on your drive or your second shot if it's a long one, that's the way to go.
Scoggins, second on 11. Classic flex forehand out of own. That's fading a little earlier and kicked further. Back to 2. Hanley, her second. She is just at 300 to the pin. And sneaks it into circle 2. That's a long look at eagle coming up for Hanley. Win 4. Solid progress of nothing else for Hannah. Hansen and her second. Trying to slide a flex forehand all the way there, but it's fading early.
Flex forehand, one of Ella's favorite shots to throw. She does throw it probably best on tour.
Montgomery and her fourth already. Just trying to scramble up a 5 at this point. She'll have a chance. Little work left on the green, though, for that bogey. That bogey will give her a 1-stroke lead down from 2. Merch is her fourth on the par 5 second. Like that one's around circle's edge for par for Cat. Mittling, after that very early tree, throws her second.
So close to being
So close to being insane. Is that what she said?
I think so. Our competitors are definitely going to have to settle in.
Yeah.
It is wooded golf. You are going to have to make shots and sometimes make your own fairways. And with that 2/3, trying to progress 2/3 on each shot down will solve a hole. And you might not have the fairway that you thought you were going to have.
Yeah. And West Coast woods golf is a little different than East Coast. I feel like you're hitting trunks and you're getting sent out here, you know?
I agree. I feel like East Coast golf, the gaps are tighter.
Yeah.
And West Coast golf, they're wider, larger trees, and then the underbush makes it more difficult to save.
Gannon and her third on hole 2. She was slightly short and left of the pin. That was a nice forehand to circle's edge for Missy. She'll have that for birdie. This is Hanson's third as well.
We're seeing right now none of our competitors are in the fairway. You know, so even right here on hole 2, everyone has had to pull out some kind of technical or obscure shot to get back to the fairway.
Nicely done from Ella. She'll have that for birdie. And a win in the woods. Cat Merch. Her fifth. They'll have that left for bogey. This is an eagle bid for Holland Hanley. And to grab solo second place. Eagle make for Hanley.
Love it. And that's why I wanted it to be a par 5.
Get moments like that, you'll love it. Holland 17% on the year from circle 2. That number is moving up thanks to that putt.
It did set up really nice. She has such a straight stepper on the outside in the circle 2. The tree flanked on the right side for anybody who has a high hyzer putt, but Holland does not. She has just a real nice straight stepper.
Ooh, Gannon leaks left, chains out. She will drop in par from there. Birdie opportunity missed. Ella walking to her birdie opportunity. Let's grab a share of third for Hanson. The putt is looking good for Ella early. 2 down through 2. Merch, it's a bogey putt. Sneaks it over and in for the 6. And Gannon walking to a putt for 5.
What a hole. Course designer's dream right there. From an eagle to a bogey.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really dynamic hole. I like it a lot. Middling her third on 4. thing was moving, but found a tree. Montgomery for single bogey on 11. Just to maintain a share of the lead with Hanley. That means Holland's your leader through 2 holes. Wow. Win? This is a par putt for Scoggins on 11. Wobbles that one home. That will be good for 2 strokes on Kona as she's picking up a double, assuming this drops. So first blemish for Kona, but still having a great day at 2 down. Back to Mittling. Hole 4. I believe her 4th. Back to Kona, now on the tee of 12. Win. Not the upshot you're looking for there. Still outside the circle. Your leader through 2 holes, Holland Hanley, tee of 3. Late tree will keep Holland out in the fairway. Hansen. Holland likes this.
Yeah, that was a really nice shot. That left gap, if you can just get it to pop up and then slightly flat turn, we just saw it. Excellent.
It's a Paige Pierce putt for birdie. She is second on tour in circle 2, right at 30%. Silva, the only one ahead of Pierce. Not to be for Paige that time, though. Gannon, tee of 3.
Yep, the left gap is yielding the best results so far.
Win. Save the bogey from circle 2. Hearts it, Des. Come on.
That was just a sheer, I am so mad at this upshot.
Total redemption putt, right?
Absolutely. You saw it in the face. I can't believe I just had to do this.
Yep, that'll happen, won't it?
Oh, yes.
Cap Merch, 1 over through 2. It's a little left. Not too bad.
Not too bad. She's finding her swing. Her first 2 pulls were a little too pulled to the right, and then she backed off a little bit there on the left.
It's a bogey putt for Mittling. Be a double bogey drop in instead. Those hurt.
Rattled. She's dropping everything right now.
Oh. Pierce cleaning up par. A lot of shakeups at the top right now. That was quick.
That was quick, yeah. But in the Wood Golf, we're going to see some ups and downs across the board.
And Rebecca Cox, look like she grabbed a birdie. Making her way to 3, joining this woman, Holland Hanley. It's a long look at birdie to get to 4. And that's a smart layup from Holland on the elevated pin. Yeah, Rebecca just birdied hole 16 to get to 3. She got 2 bogeys, 5 birdies on the day. Kat Merch and her birdie putt. What a move.
Beautiful extension. She let it all go, top high. You can see her follow through right here. Well, the tree blocked it, but I can tell you it was at the hat brim, which meant she had all the distance in the world to carry the distance of the putt along with the elevated basket.
And that circle 2 make gets Cat Merch back to even on the day, balancing out the bogey from 2. Gannon for birdie on 3. Classic Missy. Fires it home beautifully.
Just a solid game. Missy's just got all the components.
Isn't she?
Yeah. And just a steely attitude to go with it.
Goes a long way, doesn't it? Hanley for par. And Ella Hansen, what a drive. This will join Hanley at 3, as well as Rebecca Cox. In the lead goes Ella Hansen. Third shot for Montgomery. You can see the blue stake right there. She's got 300 feet left to go on the par 5. See if she can eat that up with her next throw. 3-way tie at the top, and got 6 people tied for 4th right now. Scrolling down.
Nice. Top 10 is all under par. It's good here in the woods.
Course is playing pretty tough though, Des.
It is, and probably the conditions with, like Nate was saying, with a little bit of it's not quite raining, but the humidity, all of that is a tactful feel.
Perk, talk to us about hole 4 here as we do a Zenny fly through.
Yeah, I mean, you're forced again to hit an early gap, and this is one of the few holes in the woods here where there is an OB line up on the left side, so you got to make sure to turn this if you're going backhand, or keep it on hyzer if you're going forehand. And then, as Des was saying earlier, you just never know what lane you're going to have to the pin. You just want to advance up the fairway and then kind of choose a gap as you get closer.
Thank you, Nate. This one looks tough, Des.
Second hardest hole. I agree. This one really is a premium of getting off the tee and finding as the flyover the middle landing zone to set up for that second shot.
Hansen up first has birdie the first 3.
I feel like it's not really important to bite off a lot of distance on the drive.
Only 2 birdies on the day so far for Tana Meekum and Kona Montgomery. Gannon. Merch. Are you wondering what's in the tree too?
I don't see it.
No, Ella Hansen, they're all looking up in the tree.
Oh.
Merch making progress. Hanley the lone par on hole 3 for the feature card. Oh my. On that same tree as Eliezer, and another kick. Scramble mode for Hanley here on 4.
Yeah, woods first available. Those are so hard to recover from.
Tee of 5, Hannah Wynn. Nice toss from Hannah. She'll have a chance for 2. Mittling on the same. That's a Mando miss for Eliezer. She was 2 down through 3, but a double bogey and Already in trouble here on hole 5. We'll hope for the best from there. Getting your top 10 with that 3-way tie.
Got the two buddies at the top.
Yeah, right? Kind of fun.
Oh, yeah. Giving all their secrets away to each other.
Captain Merch weaving one up the fairway. What a shot.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we've been talking about right there. Sometimes you just got to pick your lane and try to progress as far as you can up through the fairway. And that's why it's so important to have that backhand and the forehand shot, because if you're just slowly either one of those two, you are really just limiting your potential of finding a better fairway.
Gannon looks to be lined up pretty nicely for her second, Des.
I agree. Yeah, she actually has that split opportunity to do whatever she wanted, but the backhand, that just yields such a good result right now. Pretty and cured.
My goodness. Right on circle's edge goes Gannon. A birdie putt coming up. Great second. Mittling from the drop zone on 5. Or third. Attacking camera position. And attacking the green as well. She'll have that for bogey. Hanley on 4 pitches out to the fairway with her second. Four shot for Montgomery on 12.
Work out. Come back, come back.
Asking for that to work out. I don't think it did entirely. Win. I believe a birdie putt. Ooh. Swings it just wide. Looking back down the fairway of 4, your featured card. Perkins, can you talk to us about the shots here that are coming up? Looks like Ella's first.
Yeah, she's gonna have to reach out to her right and miss this first. And then she's looking at a pretty steep angle here, trying to scoop on the left side. Clean through the first part of the gap, gets good ground play actually, and she's into the circle. What a shot from a funky position there.
Wow, with you there, Nate. What a shot from Ella Hansen. She'll have that to start 4 for 4, Des.
Really good scramble right there. She took the least resistance and tried to just give herself a putt, knowing it's going to be 2 shots to try to save it.
Wow.
And then she actually, you know, she's going to have maybe a chance for that birdie.
Definitely. Mittling to save bogey on hole 5. Committed and another, that's back-to-back doubles after going 2 down through 3 to start her round. Hanley, her third. The second just to get back to the fairway. Ooh. Likely bogey coming up for Holland. This course is going to be a mental test, isn't it, Des? Your fortitude.
Yeah, when I described Washington golf, it is mental. We saw right there, it looked like a routine upshot, and we saw Rebecca miss one earlier, Holland right there, and then when you miss those routine ones, it just compiles mentally on you. Now you find yourself in the woods, no opportunity to even have a putt at it, and all of that just kind of keeps on the taxing. We're seeing a little bit with Kona when she made her mistake, and it just compiles. So it's easy to get into your own head, but you do have to know that everyone is going to have one of these shake 'em up holes.
Oh, and this Hanley kick was pretty nasty. Perk, you have a look at this for Holland?
Yeah, she should manage the up and down right there, but it's not guaranteed, and it just shows you, even Holland's found a rhythm already, but you're still not guaranteed. You're still going to get tree kicks. Just taking your time here. Might even have to go up and over.
Should hand me the Charlie SS. It might be able to.
What'd you need?
Charlie SS. In the top. I might be able to pop something.
Yeah, I think that's your best bet.
Yeah, she's still contemplating her line here. Little patent pending scoop. We're going to see several of these today. And that's going to leave her with circle's edge look for the single bogey here.
Wow. Thank you, Perk. Montgomery, her 5th shot on the par 5, 12th. I believe she's just short of the pin and off to the right of the fairway. Come on,
Oh,
go home.
Get in it. Oh, Kona, keep throwing them.
How many? 2 baskets hits for Montgomery already. One off the top, one off. The next one's going to hit the chains, right?
I can't wait to see it.
The Goldilocks throw-in coming from Montgomery soon. I'm sure of it. Merch for birdie. Ooh. Holland Hanley Band-Aid putt early for the single bogey. Circle 2. Almost does it, does. Right on line.
Just smarts. Double bogeys. Everybody hates him.
And she was on better than perfect pace through 2. She was 3 down through 2. This course will give and take. Missy Gannon trying to take a birdie. That Gannon putt is just so clean.
I just really want everyone just to watch Missy play. The way she handles herself, her routines, her unwavering approach to disc golf.
On 5, Klein with a nice putt for birdie to get on the board today.
Great reach out right there. Have to straddle out, plus put the ante on it.
1 down through 5 is good. Hansen, she's looking to start 4 for 4. Count it, Des.
I like it. It's in the heart.
Awesome stuff. The local favorite out in front, Ella Hansen. And that's grabbing 3 strokes on her friend Holland Hanley with a double.
You definitely know Ella living so close. She's ran this track probably more than most of the competitors, and then the want is going to be there.
Absolutely. Klein, after the nice birdie on 5, sends it on 6. Whew. Nice.
Yeah, 6 is so stark as you just come out of the woods and it's just this open hole.
On the same, Paige Pierce. Testing this concrete pad for slippage. You ever throw the towel down, Des? Was that a move?
Absolutely. I love a towel down. I actually would bring one specifically for the tee if I knew they were going to be muddy.
Okay. Steve Rico introduced that move to me back in the day.
Yeah.
He had like the whole bath towel, you know, like it was almost as big as the tee pad.
That becomes a little cumbersome to throw and or carry, I guess. If you can hit a mark behind the mini, you can hit the towel.
You can hit a hand towel?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Paige Pierce, a dime. Right on the bullseye. No towel needed there for Paige. Win. The jacket is back on.
I can say the tee pads do look hairy. I had been watching our competitors throw on them, all besides one slip that I thought I saw. So our ground team is doing a really good job of keeping up on those pads.
Yeah, they're doing great out there. We're going to take a look at a little Zenny fly through on hole 5, Des.
Yeah, it is a par 3. It is the 3rd hardest hole. It has a Mando on the left side that everyone has to stay to the right. And at 325 feet or 99 meters, it is not very hard, but because of the trees, it is just a nice straight finishing hole to the left-hand side. But it is flanked. You can see there is a lot of trees guarding that pin. So to have your disc actually funnel and find a clean spot might be more difficult than it actually appears.
Yeah. Hansen. Oh, started 4 for 4. There's a Mando miss. Bogey coming for your leader. It's tough to stay perfect, isn't it?
It is.
Win putting for birdie. You saw the drive a few moments ago. This woman can putt, Des. My goodness, how many circles Edge makes have we seen from her already? That's at least 3 I can think of.
I don't feel like I've seen her miss one.
Also true. How about that? Gannon can make a move on Hansen now as Hansen missed the Mando. Little overcorrection. Ooh, Perkins, any indication if that had traveled far enough to miss the Mando for Missy?
I don't think Missy has missed it just yet, but it's going to be a tricky lie.
I am with you there, Perk. She's likely going to have to... Did that kick off the Mando tree backwards?
I think I saw that too.
That's going to be tough to unwrap.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, see where that is.
Merch. There's the line, Des.
Yeah. Kat did a really good job of watching 2 really weak drives to pull that one off.
Yep. A little sigh of relief as she heads back, but catching one of those late trees, she'll be out in that 50, 60-foot range. Chance for Holland to move back up the board here.
This looks like a good line. Oh, and then there's those trees.
It was.
And then as a competitor, that is the thing that is so hard to balance, of feeling like the shot is so good and then the outcome is not what your feeling is. And it's hard to let it go and not feel bitter about it.
Klein for birdie on 6. Great putt from Raven.
Just really taking the time, put some effort in the grind of the tour.
She's been getting better these last couple of years. It's really fun to watch.
Really good to see it paying off.
Hansen from the drop zone on 5, throwing 3. Not the easiest up and down. Pretty good up. She'll have that for the down 4.
Similar to what we saw Ellie's shot do.
Correct. Paige Pierce, what a drive here on hole 6. An absolute dropper. And Pierce under par for the first time today. Looks like Missy has missed the Mando here, Des. Throwing from the drop zone, her 3rd. A rare forehand out of Missy. It's shaping, though.
Yeah, so far, the 3 drop zone shots have made you putt at it.
They really have.
No one's really been able to get within the circle.
That is an important Mando to make, isn't it?
Ooh, that seems like a mean miss of all your ones to miss. The missing in the woods and then having a penalty put on it is rough. Ella's got the right attitude. It sometimes just happens. It's just good to whistle it off.
Rebecca Cox putting for par on 18. In effect, to maintain a share of the lead as Hansen will drop back with a bogey on hole 5. Good putt. She heads to the clubhouse. That's your clubhouse leader, Rebecca Cox.
Real nice round right there at 3.
She's been having a great year.
All that work that she put in with her form is really just, it's showing itself.
Hanley has a long look at birdie. Ooh, thought she was about to spin that home.
And Rebecca's a really good testament to you've never played so much golf that you can't learn. So we've seen the pictures of Rebecca playing when she was like 6 and 8 years old, but here she is, you know, in her later stages of disc golf career, still learning new forms and new techniques. So disc golf is an evolving sport. It's a lifetime sport, and so it sets itself up to be a good challenge throughout your life.
Yeah, it's so mental, right?
Yeah, it's mental, it's physical. As you age, as you change, as you get stronger, you can evaluate and change your game to make it work better for you.
They found the merch drive. This is a putt for 2 that kicked nicely off that tree, if I'm going to say so.
I agree.
Yeah. And I saw this name bubbling up the board. Sarah Hokum, the Queen of Clean.
And with her wicked forehand, I mean, the course is really going to set up good for Hokum.
It is. That looks like a nice tee shot there. This is Ella Hansen. Band-Aid putt for the single bogey to maintain a share of the lead. That wasn't off by much, Des.
It wasn't. It could have just been that really far straddle that she had. It took her a little bit of the power out of the putt that she needed.
Missy Gannon also has a bit of a long look at bogey. A lot of action.
Stick with it.
But it stays in for Gannon. Great bogey save. Holland Hanley for par. And Merch gets in the par. A double for Hansen. And all of a sudden, Hokum and Cox at the top. Klein, 7. On the same, win. Got OB left, and there's that Mando. You can see just over that 10-10 disc sign for their second shots. And the names flying up and down this top 10. Hokum and Cox at the top right now. After bogeys from Gannon, double from Hansen. And our feature card ahead to hole 6. Des, why don't you fly us through this one?
6. Where are we? We are on one of the very open holes here at the Cascade Challenge. It's a par 3, 4th easiest hole at 345 feet or 105 meters. It averages 2.88. The challenge here is there are no trees, and so you have just played 5 holes negotiating trees, trying to keep your disc low, and you need to get all the flight you can out of this one. So welcome to open hole 6.
Yeah, it's a nice little break, isn't it?
It is. I find it to be very difficult sometimes to come out and actually get the right read. With 6 and 7 stacking themselves up with 2 big power drives, it's a nice course flow.
Okay. I'll let her go.
Cat Merch, T of 6. She flipped it.
Yeah, she's been pulling a lot today.
Thankfully, no OB on that side, just some trees to negotiate. Handley next, coming off the par on 5.
Same. Looked like she tried to keep it in the woods.
Gannon. Starting to work over for Missy. And you like her chances for birdie from there. Hansen started 4 for 4 before picking up the double on 5. Has yet to grab a par on the course. Going right at it. There is OB left, but she's got enough room there.
Real nice recovery hole for Ella to have that open hole after missing the Mando. Both for her and Missy. It's nice to be able to open up.
Back to 7 for Klein's second. Sending this forehand, Des. Look at it go. Wow.
What a negotiational shot.
That was awesome. Going back to Holcomb, her second. See, that white stake is 200 to the pin, so she's probably about 250. And negotiated that well.
Really pretty shot right there. Very small gap to hit.
And it's Cat Merch walking to her slightly errant drive. Win. Hole 7, second. Really nice. Another chance for Hannah to make a circle's edge putt.
You're going to need all aspects of your game because you're not going to be able to pin all of the shots that you normally would in an open course.
That's
so
a really
you got to,
good point.
yeah, you got to bring your putt and know that, hey, if I got it in the circle, that is like dotting it almost.
Holland Hamley walking to her drive and a birdie putt. That was shaping, but doesn't quite drop home for Holland.
Yeah, it was a great camera view right there to let us know that she had a putt. I find it to be very difficult when you get to that open hole to be like, oh man, I've got to have woods to negotiate. Frustrating as a player.
Shouts to my man AJ Risley for that beautiful look at that putt. Win makes another one.
She is on fire.
Wow. She's impressive.
Yeah, and she's doing everything she needs to do. She's getting herself those opportunities to putt and bringing them home.
Let's see if Hansen can get back on that birdie train. Ella Hansen.
Just a smooth, nice flat release from Ella all around so far. No right or left. It's nice.
Gosh. Kind of just one bad throw so far in her round.
Yeah.
It was impactful to the score, but playing really well otherwise. Gannon also has a birdie look. As expected, Missy drops that one home.
Top-notch recovery from Ella and Missy after missing a Mando and then having that birdie.
Yeah, good point. Both regaining a share of the lead. Got a 5-way tie at the top. Murch looking at par. And Hanley for hers. Paige Pierce. Birdie putt. Stays up and drops home for Pierce, who's just one off the lead does. Speaking of the lead, this is for the outright lead for Hokum. Ooh. It's been a rough year for Sarah in circle 2, but looks like that stroke is starting to come together. Birdie putt for Klein. Raven sending that wide. And all of a sudden, 5-way tie at the top.
Yeah, we've got everyone kind of around those same throughs, so it'll be a battle right here to the end.
Headed to hole 7, little Fight Factory fly through on hole 7, Des.
Yeah, hole 7 is a par 4, the 7th hardest hole at 560 feet or 171 meters. It has OB on the left. As you approach the tree line, there is a Mando that competitors have to stay to the left of. Once you hit the tree line, then it becomes the classic Cascade Challenge trees. So the second shot has about 200 feet to negotiate, and it's there. You just got to punch it in there, find the basket, make the putt, par 4.
With you there, Des. And thanks to Flight Factory for sponsoring our drone coverage. Flight Factory is now offering profile photos of every disc with parting line height, dome measurements to help you know exactly how the disc will fly. Avoid surprises and shop at flightfactorydisc.com to find the exact disc you are looking for. Gannon on the tee. Shaping beautifully for Missy.
Yeah, the course designer did a good job of where they put that tee pad to make our competitors throw, maybe if you're using your right-handed, backhanded, the little bit of Anheuser flex out of there, which then puts that left OB into play.
Ella.
Ella wants some distance.
My goodness. Win, T of 8, one of your co-leaders. Two-thirds, Des?
Two-thirds is good, and it was low, so if she did suffer a kick, it wasn't going to kick far.
Back to 7. Hanley. And that looks like a Mando miss for Hanley. Wow.
Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss for words. It did appear to be a roller. It seems like that would have been a weird play.
Klein, T of 8. A clean swing for Raven.
Ooh.
Oh my.
That is what we just lived to watch right there.
Gorgeous.
Just beautiful.
Slicing through the woods. Murch did go OB off the tee, and looks like she went OB early as well. Her third.
Kat's demeanor's doing really good considering what we probably know that she's feeling, since her grips and her rips have been slightly off. It's a lot to manage when you know you have a lot of golf left to play.
A lot of distance eaten up there. It looks to be off to the left of the fairway.
That was a good recovery. I agree. She did get a lot of distance on that.
Hokum. Weaving that forehand up the fairway and keeping it in the middle. Keeping it clean. Pierce has a birdie putt. Hole 8. Lovely.
We're seeing some good putts.
Pierce padding those C2 stats. Second on tour. Trying to chase down Silva while she takes a break. Per, can you talk about the tee shots we just watched here? We saw Hanley get a red flag. I'm also curious about the Hansen line. Apologies. We lost Perk in the woods there. We'll get back with him shortly, though. Hanley, her third from the drop zone. That was nice.
Yeah, and the drop zone is in perfect position. It doesn't seem like our competitors need to try to get too much distance on this drive. You really do just need to land straight up right in front of that tree line and then find your fairway.
Wins second on 8. And pitches over for a nice and easy par. Gannon, her second on 7. Forehand was wide and stays out there. She'll be in circle 2 for birdie. Hansen still has to make this Mando with her second.
That was well done.
Was. Tough lie there. Klein join the crew at 3. There she goes.
Sorry, we're all slowly going up. Yeah.
And Wynn did tap in the par. 7-way tie at the top now. And Lorenzen just won off that lead as well.
Yeah, Lucky has been having a really good year. I mean, she's been in the thick of it, hasn't been able to actually finish a tournament on like the higher end, but she's always a little bit, you know, her name's up there.
Yeah.
We notice.
How about that fourth from Cat Merch? Hits the koozie.
That is the way you just, let's end it.
Yeah. Let's get out of here. Grab a bogey and get out of here. There was a lot to navigate here. Just peering that late gap, too.
And that's where wood golf can just be so fickle. Like sometimes, you know, you'll hit all the stuff in the world and then end up by the basket and then feel like you're clean as can be and then hit the tree by the basket and shoot 70 long. Even keel. That's the attitude you do need.
Gannon in her third. I believe somewhere out in circle 2. Yeah, this might even be the fairway, actually. And Missy just chips that over for par. Hansen birdie look. Circle 2, the putter has been hot for Ella today. Also 0 pars still for Hansen. Hansen, you're a solo leader at the Cascade Challenge. Hanley for par, just a pace inside circle's edge. Perfectly done.
Yeah, good clutch up putt, especially after Ella just made one outside the circle for birdie.
Always nice to avoid the big putt. Mizzy having no trouble with that par. And Merch to clean up after that beautiful second. Or sorry, fourth. And one more look at this Hansen make. Big time birdie make for the stroke lead.
Man, I'm more nervous now than I was at Maple Hill.
That hurt. And that's in the pond, James.
I'm gonna take the local route, and we're gonna call it a par.
Test of strategy, timing, and karma. Do you have what it takes? Order your game today.
Hey everyone, Gannonber here, and I want to invite you to compete in the Power Disc Golf Academy Championship Series. This is the only professional amateur nationwide disc golf series, and everyone is welcome to compete. Qualifier events will be held in cities across North America. If you place high enough at a qualifier event, you'll earn the invitation to compete in our championship event at Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course. Scan this QR code for dates and locations of the qualifying events. We hope to see you there.
If you design, if you test, if you manufacture, there is only one technology partner you need. TriMech Group is the leading provider of design, engineering, and manufacturing solutions for thousands of companies across North America and Europe. Innovation starts here. TriMechGroup.com.
Welcome back to the Cascade Challenge. Ella Hansen. Gannon.
Shot's just built for Missy.
It is, isn't it? Hanley. Hanley sends that one a bit wide, but it made solid progress, all things considered.
Yeah, she'll be able to get up and down.
Hannah Wynn. She's on the tee of 9. And we'll check back with Hannah in just a few moments. Ella Hansen still out in front. Still very tight. You wonder if that Rebecca Cox score is going to hold on for chase card tomorrow. You know? Or maybe a lead card the way this course is playing does.
Yeah, you know, I called out like maybe the 7 or 8, but I think it's playing a lot tougher than I was giving it credit for. I'm feeling like it'll hold for that chase card.
Chase card?
Yeah,
I think so
I
too.
still feel like it's a chase card.
Yeah. The wet tee pads, you know, it's definitely playing a little tougher.
Yeah, the grip and everything.
Yeah. Now we've got Hannah on 9.
Interesting line right there by Hannah.
You're not going to the turnover at all?
Well, the turnover is definitely tricky. That feeds that OB, so she solved it by taking that inside, a little more sketchy route.
Ella's long look at birdie almost finds the bottom of the bucket. What a bid. Another look at this from Hansen. Gosh.
We really are seeing fabulous release by Ella right now.
Yeah.
Flat and strong towards the target. No right or left.
Paige Pierce was barely safe. This is her second on 9. Trying to get past. Oh, that might be in the hazard. Yeah, it looks like it is. That was a mean kick late for Pierce. This is Sarah Hokum. Third throw on 12.
She did what she needed to do. It was just get out and get in position.
Yeah, good point. Win her second on 9. Gets the green flag. Likely out in circle 2 for the birdie bid. Holland Hanley. Much like her friend Hansen, gives it a good bid from circle 2, but not to be. Raven Klein on 9. What a drive from Raven. Oh my goodness.
Big distance comparatively to all of our other competitors.
And a really nice second there. Par putt for Murch on 8. It's a slow day for Murch. She has 1 over, 2 bogeys, 1 birdie. But time to get going. Missy Gannon to join Hansen at 4.
Perfect shot. I mean, I could watch Missy throw those tunnel shots all day long.
It's a par cleanup for Hanley. Par in for Ella as well. After finding the hazard. That looks safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Win. For birdie. That was a tough ask.
It was. It was a great bid. And she solved that hole really well. It's got a lot of potential for problems.
Klein to join the crew at 4. And a share of the lead. There she goes. Raven Klein having a day in Shelton Springs. A little hot stretch there, too. 4 down in the last 5. Took a little while to warm up on the course. It's a little chilly out there.
It does look a little chilly. Everyone's been pulling on and off clothes most of the time. Now everyone's got their clothes back on.
Yeah, Perk, it's been a real jacket on, jacket off, jacket on, jacket off kind of day. How you doing, man?
Yeah, I need another layer actually. It's cold and wet, and it doesn't look like the sun is anywhere in sight. It feels like it's going to be like this the rest of the day, since we are due for a 1/4 inch of rain in the afternoon. So I think the FPO is just going to have to deal with this light drizzle. It shouldn't get any more intense than this. But the good thing is there's almost no wind here, so these open holes are much more scoreable than we saw during the match play just 2 days ago.
With you there, Perk. We are flying this hole 9. Des, really cool. Interesting hole on tour, isn't it? You know, you don't see it a lot like this.
You don't. The tee shot definitely brings that OB left into play if you're a right-handed player that's throwing a backhand. And then it's got that tricky little hazard on the right-hand side as the disc approached the green that we saw Pages may or may not have found itself into. So every shot has something that the players have to negotiate.
Holland 3 off the lead right now. Fun fact, Holland has not been 2 under today. She's been 3 and she's been 1. And she's been even, but has not been 2.
That is a fun fact.
Yeah. Had the eagle to jump from 1 to 3 and then the double to jump back to 1.
Classic snack break here on hole 9. What's your snack of choice, Ian?
Man, I don't really bring them on the course.
You don't?
I don't really take that long, you know. if I have them to eat, this round is taking too long. How about yours, Des?
Yeah, don't do too much. Oh, actually, it's baby food.
Oh, okay. All right. And look at Holland improving every year. There's only one
more spot to go?
One more spot to go.
Yeah, that jump from 2021 to 2022, I can remember when she hit the scene and she won out on the West Coast, and it was just like, who is this player? And we can see right here, those are huge stats in today's field to be able to jump that amount of spaces.
Gannon, T of 9. Sends the turnover out there. Oh, I think she'll like that, Des.
Yeah, that's a great spot when we can see the hazard stakes come up.
Caddies get snacks too, it seems like.
Caddies need snacks.
Raven Klein, one of your co-leaders, T of 10.
Really like the fact that they built the entire island green up there, so you either get in and stay in. There's no kind of like walkways to shoot in and out of.
Hansen's forehand is nice as well. Win. Island hole, hole 10. It's leaking right. Stays on the island.
And it looks like we found our gallery. It's a good gallery here on this Friday in the woods.
Yeah, good spot to watch some exciting golf there. Hanley. Finds the hazard off the tee.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. 10 again. Pierce this time. Pierce using every bit of that island.
She did. She got that high. I was hoping for no trees.
We're back to hole 12 and Sarah Hokum for her 4th. The 3rd was just a pitch out to the fairway, which looks like it worked pretty nicely. That was a gem, Des.
What Sarah did right there is what every player should really strive to do. She could have tried when she was in trouble to go far and try to like get more distance, but she didn't need it. She found the proper landing zone and knew it was going to take 2 shots to make up, and now she should save her par.
Hannah trying to join the crew at 4. Gave it a good bid. Let's go back to 9 for Ella's second. Oh, just wide of the gap goes Ella. It's a long look at birdie now.
I heard Kat say thank you for spotting, and let's give it up for all of our volunteers and spotters out there. It is a long day. I've personally done it too. Hands down, just the backbone of disc golf.
All our live scorers out there keeping us up to date up here in the booth. Appreciate them as well. Gannon had a great drive, now throwing 2. She just throws good shots.
She really does. And she was kind of like Macbeth right there. Didn't come in with a forehand, but knew she needed to learn it.
Yeah.
And learned it and pulls it out when appropriate.
Klein to be the first at 5 and you're so low. Oh. Nope.
Nice. They hauled some benches back here. I like this look down here at hole 10.
Pierce, her birdie putt. Paige Pierce in the conversation, just 1 off the lead. That's Holland Hanley, I believe, stepping into the hazard for her 3rd.
That really was a crush of a drive that we saw.
It was huge. Had to get into that hazard off the tee is...
Yes, because I was thinking Missy's was so good when the hazard stakes came into our field of vision.
Holcomb for par on 12.
Just well done there. One bad shot might take 2 or 3 to get it.
This is a course that Holcomb could get it done, Des.
Yeah. Holcomb, she could have been on those betting odds.
Hansen has a long look at birdie on hole 9. Cat merch. It's a putt for par. We've got this circle 2, right on the edge. And merch moving the wrong way there. She'll pick up a bogey and she'll be 2 over on the front 9. Par putt for Hanley after the hazard drive. Nice putt from Holland. Ella Hansen needs to clean up par. Birch gets in the bogey. And the solo lead is right there with Missy Gannon. And after the break, the island hole, hole 10. We'll see you there.
I'm Anthony Varela. I got the MVPX1 by Grip Equipment, and it's quickly become my favorite bag I've ever owned.
Welcome back, Missy Gannon. Keeping it rolling.
Missy is putting her mark into disc golf history.
Started with this great drive on one, right on bullseye's edge.
Really looking impressive, especially coming off the major win that wasn't just last week, you know, it was 2 weeks ago, but it is so hard to get yourself up for that next tournament once you win a major. You've put it all out there, and here we're just seeing this shot right here. Missy just clean and pure, lacing drives and making putts.
And even the forehand has looked great whenever she's used it. Like
yeah,
right here.
And you know, you're going to need it. This course demands you to have forehands both on the Anheuser and the Heiser route. Big Money Missy showing us what it's all about.
Up 5 points to 985 in the latest ratings update. She's still getting better.
She is, and I just even feel like 985 is just low for her.
Hole 10, Gannon, Island Green. The commentator cursed her there, Des.
She knew it.
I'm going to blame production on that one. They put together the highlight reel. Hansen. Can she find the island safe? That was exciting. I might jump over the wall there for a second.
It was going to be close. Anywhere else, it might have.
Hanley. Chance to close the gap. Gannon likely grabbing bogey. Birdie within her wheelhouse.
I agree with the gallery. That is so good. It's a very rare island hole in the woods.
Isn't it?
We don't see this very often.
I really like it though. It feels like a really fair island too.
It's nice and big. I mean, if you really take the island out of it, it's the same shot that all of the players have been hitting. The distance is good and appropriate.
Hokum. And back to the island green. We're at the drop zone.
And I'm a fan of the drop zone where the player has a chance to save it. I'm not a fan when it's almost like an insta bogey. Like I appreciate the opportunity to save the par, and it doesn't have to be close or easy, but it should be not obstructed.
I believe this one's right around 60 feet. For par. No harm, no foul there on that putt.
Yeah, and we can see the pin position is where it's tricky on the green. It's very close to the OB, so it makes you think about the putt more than actually the drive.
Cat merch.
Even here with Cat's putt, it's an all or in right now.
Your former champion struggling so far. Let's see if she can right the ship here. Get some momentum on her side.
You can tell by Kat's demeanor, she's just ready for this day to be done.
I mean, that said, she's not that far out of it, Des. You know, she's only 6 strokes off the lead after Gannon picks up a bogey here.
I know, and then that's sometimes can be the double-edged sword too, because you're just like, gosh, if I just hadn't made these few mistakes, I'd been so close.
Oh, Holland missed opportunity after a great drive. Cannot convert the birdie.
Feel very fortunate that she didn't go OB, so that tells me she was tentative on that putt with that miss.
Ella Hansen. It is a birdie putt. This would grab Ella the solo lead as Gannon will shortly drop back to 4. Oh no, worst case scenario for Hansen after putting so well all day too, Des.
So well. And that's what we kind of alluded to with Hollins right there. When she missed, it didn't fly OB, so she was tentative on the putt. We'll give Ella some credit of she wanted it, and she did give it the go.
Yeah. So the birdie turns into a bogey for Hansen. She'll drop out of that second place tie, giving solo decline. Well, I guess Gannon will drop back to that 4 as well, though. That happening right here. Par for Holland. Par for Murch. Break down this putt for us, Des. What went wrong?
Let's see. Ella's been having some great releasing. What Ella does is, I've talked about this before with some other players, is her hips are turned. I'm thinking, you know, on this one, let's look. She does not actually preload her wrist, so anytime Ella misses, it comes with her wrist action being either too loose or too much. And so right there, she did want that putt, and it was a little too much, and so it pulled to the right and missed long. It is, and it still has potential of a lot of late flip. Paige's disc has this beautiful late flip that goes along with them. Client from Minnesota is feeling at home in the woods. She runs a lot of tracks in wooded golf up there in Minnesota.
There's a kick left for a win. And back to Hokum. 300 to the pin. I've got all the markers lined up nicely for you there.
Called for it and got it.
Yeah, maybe a little more than she was asking for, Des. We are back with Hannah. After her drive went right and then kicked left off the fairway. Again, progress of nothing else for Hannah. Paige Pierce and her second, staying with the putter. Missy Gannon, your co-leader at the Cascade Challenge.
She had a connection that got
Jonathan. Wow!
Jonathan! Skulle du visa?
Hi. Yeah, check this pad out.
I think you should use your wrist a little bit more.
Why not?
Is he okay?
Nah, he's fine.
So one of my friends gave me this set of DGPT trading cards because they know I'm into disc golf and looking at tiny pictures of my favorite players, I guess. Oh, wow. A relic card. It's it's got a piece of disc in it from Paul McBeath. Ha! So apparently that Paul McBeath relic card was pretty rare and worth a lot of money. So I got 3 more sets. You know, the more I do this, the more I see why people get so intense about trading cards. I'm still doing this ironically, by the way. Oh my gosh. 6 times to 20, on card auto, case hit, bookend. It's gotta be at least a 9. Look at how perfect that is. Those sharp corners. 3 big hits, only 2 dupes. Oh, this box was a banger. I'm definitely sending this in. I'm buying all the Heimberg I can get my hands on. So if you see something...
Raven Klein, co-leader. A little over 300 to the pin.
Yeah, Raven's just taking advantage of everything that's laid out in front of her. Right now, she is our only competitor that's bogey-free.
How about that? Sarah Hokum, her third. Goes to the forehand roller.
That's what wood golf lets you do.
That one stayed on cut, though. Let's see if she has a putt from over there. Win. Should be her third. Likely picking up a bogey is Hannah here. This is the 8th most all time. Not bad there, Des. Working her way up the board.
really in a short amount of time, it's really impressive.
Hanley. Very clean off the tee is Holland.
Oh, shit. My mistake.
Merch. Nice hyzer flip. Wow.
Well, that was a perfect shot with our frame in, frame out. We saw the white stake and white stake, so Cat is in that perfect landing zone if you're watching the Zenny fly through right there.
That's Zenny eyewear for everyone. You got coupon code DGPT for 10% off your order there. I'm rocking mine right now. Gannon. Hansen. Just a little wide from Ella, but looks like it stayed in the fairway at least.
It did look like it checked up.
Win. Her fourth, I believe. She will have that for the bogey putt 5. Holcomb, that forehand roller stayed on cut and now has this to come back for par.
Well, Holcomb didn't have too far to fall on that one.
Paige Pierce, her third on 11. That's 3 putter shots in a row for Pierce on the hole.
The power throwers are going to have an advantage here as we keep going through the days, because the least amount of disc that you can throw hard, you're going to have the better opportunity to find your landing zones and not have crazy kicks.
There's Holcomb in for bogey. Back to Klein. Was not great, Des. Was she giving that a half go or something?
You know, I'm not quite for sure, but it was not great.
Yeah. Circle's edge on the way back for par for Klein to keep that scorecard clean, right? The only one left?
That was the only one left.
Yeah. She's waiting on the green. Let's head there. Win for par. That was win for bogey. Klein for par. Yes!
I like it. It might have just been she's just pumped up.
There is that, huh? Pierce coming back for her par. Paige will pick up a bogey. It's going to slide Paige back to 2 under. That's just 2 off the lead, though.
Yeah, with all the players still all bunched up there through 11 for the most part. Yeah, it's going to be anyone's game throughout this weekend.
The green has cleared for Hansen, her second. So she's got about a couple 100 feet into the pin to save the par for the up and down. Gannon and her second on deck.
So we're seeing those stakes again for our viewers. That's 300 feet to the pin. Dude, it's good.
Was that a Cat Merch show, dude? Who was that?
I don't know how I didn't hit that tree.
I think it was a Missy over
Was it
here.
Missy? Holcomb after the bogey. 2 off the lead now. A late tree and a friendly kick. You'd expect a par from there. Hanley lining up her second.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's all good.
Shots right there, the separators from the elite pros to just maybe your local pro right there.
A couple of years ago, this is kind of a shot that Holland really didn't have.
And that would make sense to what I just said. Then back then she was just a local pro coming up, and now that she is on the elite series, she has learned to do these super straight shots.
Hansen?
Just a, oh no, this was her
third.
third shot.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
It's believable though. She
It
can throw it
is.
this far, isn't it? I had the same thought for half a second. Late tree, looks like circle 2. Long look at par coming up for Hansen.
Because here comes the drive that I was thinking of.
Yes, the Cat Merch drive, wasn't
That's
it?
right.
Yeah.
That's by the 200 foot.
Mm-hmm. Huge drive from Cat, throwing her second. Oh my goodness, Des, when you throw one like that, you can't throw it away like that.
And I even feel like she had a better angle than what we saw Holland have to hit the straight up tunnel. Cat actually had a lot of room to work a hyzer, a right to left fade on that.
Klein, one of your co-leaders, tee of 12, par 5, 880 in the woods.
Brand new hole for the tournament. They carved this one out specifically for the Cascade Challenge and the Pro Tour event.
Pierce testing the footing.
Missed that.
Huge distance for Paige.
Yeah, it's hard to, the audio is good. I can't quite hear if it's raining or what.
Yeah. There was Cat Merch's third. Perk, is it raining down there? Or is it kind of just doing the northwest drizzle?
Yeah, it's a little more than just the humidity. I feel like it's actually starting to rain through the woods at this point, and tee pads are getting progressively worse. You can definitely... It's starting to affect players in their grips. Towels are getting pretty saturated. Missy's drying her disc off at the moment. She's out here 55 feet. Forced to go to a little bit of a straddle, but pretty clean look here. Almost no wind. Hyzering, yeah, just dried up short. Didn't quite get the legs involved enough. Ella's going to step up to 45 here. And Ella going to have to reach out to her right and try and drop this in on a little bit of hyzer. See if she can get the legs involved in her putt. Needs to give it the life. Has height, but also just not the pace needed.
Thank you, Nate. Some nice bids there.
Was some nice bids. And with our nice audio boom, we were able to pick up on some of that rain that was coming through.
Mm-hmm. Holland Hanley for birdie. No issues there for Holland. Gets within 2 of the lead. Hansen walking to a bogey putt. Murch gets in the par, and Gannon will do the same. Klein playing the par 5 12th. Her first leaked right off the fairway, throwing 2 now.
Back on the fairway.
That looked nice. Back to Hokum, her second. So it might be a little bit of a backup here on 12. Which makes sense. It is a long, difficult par 5, Des.
Yes, here it is. Hole 12, par 5, 880 feet, 260 meters. It is the hardest hole. It is averaging 6.38. It is a newly carved hole, specifically for the Disc Golf Pro Tour and the Cascades Challenge. It's nothing but distance in the woods. It has a nice a serpentine look to it, and you are playing into positioning, so you don't really need to have to bite off much more than where you want to find your next landing zone. So it's really a plop, 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 fizz. Try to get it in for that birdie, but it looks like the par is the way to go. Again, the hardest hole, par 5, brand new, hole 12.
Only 4 pars from the field, the rest bogey or worse. I'm told my man Nate Perkins has a little more info here on hole 12. What do you got for us, Burke?
But yeah, I was chatting with the same folks at the Mason County Disc Golf Club, and everyone's just so proud that these holes are able to be featured for this Elite Series. Weeks and weeks of man hours, I'm told, to clear the underbrush out here. If you look off on either side, the rough is exactly what the fairway looked like just a couple months ago. So it's pretty incredible that they were able to even make this happen. And I'm going to say that this is now the signature hole on the property. It just has that majestic feel, and you really just start to immerse yourself in these fir trees.
Awesome, Nate. Thank you. And thanks to the crew for all that hard work there.
You could tell with Paige's lie right there, that bush that they were clearing out, that was 2 times as big as Paige was.
Hokum for par. Yes, good make.
Huge make right there outside to save that par.
One more look at the Hokum make, avoiding the back-to-back bogeys. What a great putt. Caddy approved back there. Back to Klein, her third on the par 5 12th. Big distance from Klein. It's a little right off the fairway, though.
Still bunchy.
Yeah. Klein will need to get up and down from over there to maintain her share of the lead with Gannon. Win, throwing 3 on 12.
Smart that appeared to be playing for position.
Back on the tee is your other feature card. Sounds like they got the green flag.
Look at that. Holland can become the first 3-time winner on tour this season, MPO or FPO.
A lot of parity so far this year.
Yeah, that's impressive.
That looks nice.
Yes, I agree. She's right there in the middle. Anytime where you can kind of hit these wood chips, you're going to be just good enough for that second shot.
Early tree for Murch.
Murch has had struggles all day. The course is playing hard and long for her. She's doing a really good job of keeping her composure, and it shows a good light on her.
Back to the tee for Gannon. Is that about where we saw Paige Pierce a few moments ago?
It was. That is exactly right. But on the closer side to us, the fairway side.
Speaking of Paige, her third. Oh my. Back to the tee of the same for Hansen.
And this tee setting in the pocket definitely makes hole 12 become even more difficult.
Hansen. Not bad.
Yeah, and she found one of those other tee pads that we talked about, with this course having extra layouts, ability to play with your family and different skill levels.
Pierce her fourth.
Oh, this is just the worst, where you had a hard lie and now you have a tough lie.
Just a peak of purple in the woods there.
I need something else. Can you get that pink vulture? Please. Pink with Holland Taylor.
Advantage to the players with caddies once the weather picks up, and in situations like this, it's so nice to have a support system to be able to wipe your discs off, not have to get off your lie. Some of that we see with Holland and Missy's Success, who have built-in caddies. That was really good out.
Hole 15 in Sarah Hokum. Never left that one, did it?
It didn't. I was admiring the grandeur of this hole and how it just kind of epitomizes the Northwest golf.
Kat Murch is in the woods. Off the fairway left. Man, this course will test your creativity, won't it? From the rough.
You do need to be creative. There was a time at all PDGA World Championships, they had the PDGA Edge Skill Shot Challenge, and courses like this show you that you do need about those 20 skill sets to become a proficient disc golfer.
That was a heck of a second from Kat Murch.
It really was. She progressed, she hit her line.
Yeah, ate up a ton of feet on the hole. Hokum, her second on 15. Likely playing this one for par after the early tree hit. Tried to bend this left. It's not, though.
Why?
Didn't look too deep in the rough for Hokum. I'll show you that once she gets there. Feature card waiting for their second feature card to clear on 12.
Ella just missing the perfect landing zone with the smaller tee.
Raven throwing 4. Going to the tomahawk, it looks like.
Full flighted it.
Yeah, circle 2, chance for par. Keep that scorecard clean. And also to maintain her share of the lead with Gannon on the same Pierce. Let's take a peek in on our tour standings through 6 events. Yeah, Lat and Sarnen, Salonen all out this week. It's a chance for the U.S. crew to move up a little bit.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, that's some tight race. Holland's quite a bit out in front, it feels like, and with Kristen continually missing a few events, respectively, she has an opportunity to lengthen that lead.
Yeah.
And then likewise, Missy and Ellis, yeah, this is a good opportunity to move up.
And next weekend, the Konopiste Open. Europeans having their chance to strike back and grab some points if the U.S. contingent doesn't show up in full.
Touche.
Yep. Grab a ticket to watch that. That is such a cool tournament, Des.
I'm really excited to catch the coverage.
All right, we are now ready for Hansen's second on 12. Win. Nicely onto the green goes Hannah. She'll have that for par. Back down the fairway of the same for Holland.
Shots like that is where we've really seen the game evolve. It appeared like maybe the backhand would have been the higher percentage shot right there, but the forehand with that little swing and just the disc technology, it's really put a whole new next level in shot into the disc golf game.
Klein to keep that scorecard clean and a share of the lead. My goodness, what a bid from Raven.
Really was. Not a tough bogey, but appropriate, I guess, with hole 12 being the hardest hole.
We watched this one already.
Why? I don't know why. It's 2 in a row.
Pierce for bogey, green of 12. Padding those circle 2 stats.
Saving strokes. It doesn't matter if it's one stroke. Save stroke is a save stroke.
Rolling back the Zuka replay. Classic Paige right there.
What that really does, it makes that drive feel much better on the next hole that you're coming up to. You just hit a huge putt for the bogey. Kind of can right yourself.
Gannon throwing her second from where we saw Paige throw hers about 5 minutes ago. Maybe a worse lie even though, this looks tough.
Yeah, she's definitely tucked underneath and behind that bush.
Fires off the forehand. She's left off the fairway from the player's perspective.
And I've seen about 3 spotters on this hole, so we can tell how difficult this hole plays.
Yeah, being the freshest hole, it's probably got the freshest rough as well, right?
True.
Holcomb, her third. Heiser got somewhere around the green. We'll show you that putt once she gets there. Your current top 10. Starting to see a little separation as the course.
Yeah, we're no longer locked 9 down at 3.
Yeah. Hansen, her third, the par 5 12th. Oh boy, this one's a bear, Des.
It is. Sometimes once you get off on lies, one bad lie breeds another. It is. It happens.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but it is true. There's a fine line when you're in trouble of trying to figure out how much I can bite off to how much I need to bite off.
Yep. Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, just 4 pars from the field here on 12.
Yeah, 12 and 13 are really putting the players to the test. It's the middle of the round, hole 12 being the hardest hole, and then following up with 13. It's kind of a relentless on the mental game.
From 11 to 15 combined for 4 birdies total. So it really toughens up on this stretch.
Wow. Yeah, that is a tough back half compared to what we saw on the front 9.
Gannon's third. Looks like she's ready. Looks like she's still 300 to the pin there, Des. You get that blue marker right there.
Yeah, 12 has really just put the herd on the field.
It's averaging 1.3 over par on the day. 13 is 0.95 over par.
It's interesting as we watch all of our players who are in trouble, and you'll do this as you look towards the pin, so you're looking forward, and at times on a newly cut hole, it might be better to look to where your landing zone is and not just be solely focused on where that basket is.
The 4th shot for Hansen. Flew clean, Des, which is something on this one.
We even heard it hit some leaves coming out, so she put some good power on that. Really had to throw hard to get through there. Sigh relief, Mella.
Yeah. Over to Murch. This will be her third. Jennifer Smiley has a birdie putt. Green of 15. Hey, nicely done.
I ended my last commentary with Jennifer Smiley making a big putt on 18
Really?
at the Open at Austin.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. Good job, Jennifer.
Holland Hanley This will be her third.
It's nice back and forth between Pollen and her caddy.
It sounded pretty clean. I didn't hear any trees.
Yeah, and I think from what we saw from their discussion, it's what exactly that they were trying to do. They weren't trying to get too far down the fairway. They were looking for position for the next shot.
Klein coming off her first bogey of the day, back on 12. Takes the tee on 13. That is a smash from Raven.
Yeah, she's scaring the next card.
Holcomb to save par on the green of 15. Not to be for Holcomb there. She'll pick up another bogey. And you can see there has slid down to 1 under on the round. That's still just 3 off the lead, though. It is really tight out here, Des.
It is really tight. It's going to be a gunner coming into Saturday and Sunday, and it just shows you how all those strokes matter across the board. One makes you feel like you're so far out of it, but then one will put you right back in it.
Missy Gannon, her fourth. Trying to scramble up a 5. You can see that blue stake. That is 300 to the pin. A lot to ask for here to get up and down. Right on line, it looks like it's probably going to be a little bit short, though, Des.
I think all of our players are going to want a second and a third shot at hole 12.
Yeah. Let's see if they can find redemption on the weekend rounds.
And this hole really did show how deep and dense the woods are off fairway. Our competitors look small in comparison to the shrubs and the foliage that we saw around them, which makes it extra difficult to negotiate and make a good shot when you're in trouble, when you can't see over the bush in front of you. We've got a nice side graphic to remind all of our viewers of what we're looking at here on hole 12 is a par 5. Big old S curve down the fairway.
Good look at the basket there. Cat's going to need to put some angles on this one, Des. Oh, boy. Whew.
Ooh, yeah.
High throws get you big kicks, Des, huh?
And she fed that inside gap. If we look at this right now, that left side was all clean on a turnover. So she tried to force a tighter gap to the pin, and it cost her.
Hansen's 5th.
This is the fairway we were looking at. Just no touch right there. And those are the shots a couple holes ago when we talked about Holland having that touch to be able to feed those gaps. That really is the elevator to the next level.
Lucky Lorenzen. Birdie putt on 13. Awesome.
Another player that's been doing a lot of field work and really paying the dividends for it.
Nice. 100% C1X on the day. 2 under. Just 2 off the lead of Gannon, but that lead will likely come back to 3.
Yeah, and at 69% with greens in regulation in the woods, that's a good stat right there.
It is.
Lucky won the Wildflower Disc Golf Tour, a women's only tour for women. She won the opener at the Prickly Pear Open at Austin. So where Sprinkle Valley was, she played the wooded course really well there. So So she does find a nice, comfortable flow into the woods.
That's probably Colin. That's probably Cat. Okay.
They were looking for a disc. It appears it's been found.
Very. Yeah, I don't know how it landed. Oh man, I'm amazed you found that. Come look at it.
Wow, yeah.
Let's see. Like,
Wow.
Oh,
try out Marky because I want to throw it again.
good spot.
Probably not good. Alright, we're just gonna try to pop it up there.
Someone with some good eyes down there found that one.
That was, yeah, someone who's definitely been playing and they know how to find discs and moss.
I think it was buried.
I knew with the footing that was going to be hard to not pull it.
Feels like half the broadcast has been this hole, Des.
I caught myself making sure I still knew we were in hole 12. Yes.
Oh man, it's just been chunking on the up the fairway.
Grounds crew should be feeling good about themselves for that wicked hole.
Mittling throwing 2 on 13, 300 to the pin. Gorgeous shot from Ellie Ezra. Just took her one shot to get into the circle.
I love it. Sometimes all you need is one shot.
Thanks to One Shot for sponsoring this. You got a coupon code GGPT for 25% off your order over at oneshotenergy.com. That's one the number. Klein. On the same hole. Kicking off the fairway. She'll need a good third to avoid back-to-back bogeys on 12 and 13. Off the fairway on 12 is Kat Murch. Yeah, looks like she's back on now. Gannon. Her 5th. Quite the change going from Stockton to Shelton Springs, Des.
It is. I can appreciate the fact that Missy went back to see if it was a bad choice or not. It was just the shot error.
That's Hansen's 6th. That'll clean up a hockey stick. Double bogey 7.
Going back to Missy, sometimes that's the important thing to do, is to commit to the shot at hand, and then you can evaluate it. If you're toggling back and forth between the forehand or the backhand and you've never truly committed, then you're never going to know if that was the actual shot. If you commit to it and it doesn't yield its results, then you can come back to it being like, maybe it wasn't the right shot.
Gannon now throwing 6. Also trying to scramble up a 7. All of a sudden, Rebecca Cox is looking pretty good for lead card.
It is. It's moving up.
That was nicely done.
That was good redemption on that patent pending.
That'll send Missy back to 2 under. We'll have new leaders in Klein and Cox. Handley. throwing excuse me, 6. Klein, our third throw on 13. Again, putting some pressure on the putter, Des.
You're going to need it all in the woods.
You do. So many Circle 2 looks today we've seen. Cat merch.
Yep, just end it.
Yep.
It's hard to believe that Missy has an opportunity to double bogey along with Cat. I felt like Cat's play was so much more poor on this hole, and even though it's the same score.
Yeah. Bogey putt for Holland. The good news about a double bogey is you're losing less than a stroke to the field.
It's pretty wild that
You
that's
know?
the truth. We're starting to see on some of these putts right there with Holland, it's just the hole has been long. The players have been on it probably now over a half hour, and so it's taxing. You get to the home finish, and you just still need to stay focused and commit.
Hansen commits to that double bogey, drops it home. Double bogey for Gannon as well. Sure looks like it is double bogeys around.
I was just, I thought, I was like, is that double bogeys around?
Yeah.
Whoa.
That'll happen. That is a heck of a hole, Des.
That might be a first ever for me to see a feature card go double bogey around.
Oh, Klein for par on 13. Can't make it work. That's back-to-back bogeys. Long birdie look for Lorenzen. Now that's a layup for par. Mittling for the first birdie of the day.
Oh, goodness. Whoosh.
It will stay unbirdied so far. 4 more left to tackle that test. Tap in par for Lorenzen. For par, Mittling. Unfortunate birdie to bogey there for Mittling. Those hurt, Des.
They're the worst.
Yeah.
They're the worst.
Rebecca Cox back with a share of the lead. I don't believe Missy's score is correct either right now, but we'll get that updated. There is the Rebecca Cox. 1 under on the back 9. Turns out that's awesome, Des.
It really is. And then, yeah, hole 12, just even a single bogey seems awesome.
Danny Clyden, the only other person under par on the back. There is Danny's scorecard.
Yeah, and a par on 12.
Yeah.
And 13, yes.
One of the 4 pars on 12. That's crazy. Flying 13, Des.
Hole 13, a par 4, 601 feet, 183 meters. It is the second hardest hole, averaging 4.94. So it has a sharp bend to start with. Players need to throw either a forehand or a right-handed backhanded turnover shot. As you hit right there at the 300 mark, you have now a tight tunnel 300 feet down towards the pin. It's That's all it is, folks, is you throw a turnover forehand to the little landing zone, and then you go 300 feet down a Tuttle, second hardest hole, par 4, hole 13.
A true dog leg out here, Des.
True dog leg,
Yeah.
and especially for the FPO field, it is a quick dog leg to come up with.
Holland going to that chip forehand as Des called for. It is such a tiny landing zone too, Des.
It is. It's a 300 and 300 foot shot. It's a very tight tee shot and then a very tight second shot. Both 300 stacked.
Gannon. They have her for a single bogey back on 12 as opposed to a double right now.
Okay. Yeah, and that could explain why I felt like Kat's double felt worse than Missy's.
Hansen.
Interesting shot choice from Ella. I thought she might have been going with the forehand there.
Yeah.
But obviously, she didn't. Those are the times where I wish I could interview them to see like what was the thought process here.
Raven Klein, 14. Okay. Pin high?
Pin high.
Win.
You know, pars are good in the woods.
Absolutely, especially on this tough stretch here.
That's what I'm talking about. That's the line.
Whoever said that's the line was correct, Des.
That is correct.
Wow, what a shot from Lynn. From the catch this time. Weaving through the woods perfectly, and a win for a drop-in birdie. Cat Merch. Second on 13, made some nice progress.
I can definitely see why this hole is playing as the second hardest. That is a very difficult shot.
Long look for birdie for Mittling. That one does it.
There it is.
Awesome make from Eliezer. Let's roll back Azuka.
Really good pop extension there. She didn't need to have any step through. Wrist pop was on point.
Hansen. Second shot on 13. Pushed a little long of the corner, but might have kind of a flex forehand or something. You seen that, Des?
That is what she has. She's definitely going to have to work it from right to left. Good angle to start.
That did find a tree once it started coasting around the corner. Klein for birdie on 14. He saw the drive just a few moments ago.
Oh,
full commit.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I didn't even know she'd have a putt on the drive.
That was incredible.
Way to make it happen.
Straddle on the knee from circle 2. Sneaks it over and in. What a putt.
Really just committed to go in. Knew there was no fear of anything on the backside of it. So there's no reason to leave it short.
Early contender for OTB shot of the day.
I think I'll at least hit the first gap.
It's a fun die.
Yeah, she does have some good dies.
See if Holland can put the puzzle pieces together here on 13's tee. Or fairway, excuse me.
any. I mean, I at least hit the initial gap, which is what matters in making this pitch up.
Gannon, her second. Still about $1.50 into the pin.
Yeah, we're seeing our players as they have to negotiate gaps. They really have to force over their edges, and so at times it just will force over too much.
Lorenzen, 15. After a lengthy backup. What a drive here from Wynn on 14. Drops in the birdie. Matching the birdie from Klein. That birdie from Klein regaining her share of the lead.
Under pars are shrinking in the field.
It really is. This back nine is giving the field some numbers.
Yeah, when we look at Hannah, who had such a great stretch, but then 12, 13, and 14 just lit her up. And it's kind of doing that across the board.
Hansen and her third. Not great, Des.
No, it isn't. Yeah, this stretch of holes will be an interesting watch over the next couple days. If we look at Rebecca's score here at -3 and when it flashed up there and how she was only 1 under par for the back nine, it is going to play who's playing 12, 13, and 14 the best. It's appearing to be the make-or-breakers of the tournament.
Gannon looking at her third. Progress, but we'll take at least 2 strokes from there to get home.
We're really seeing the battles the players are have to negotiate out there, because Missy was just surrounded and swamped by those shrubberies, and it was just really hard to find a landing zone.
Lorenzen, her second on 15. Doesn't look overly enthused.
No, I'm going to say the body English says they could have been better.
Yeah. Hanley.
Yeah, that's the problem with sometimes jump putting for approaches.
Yeah.
It's harder to control the angle, even though it seems easier to control the speed.
Murch gets it over there. It's been a gloomy day for Cat Murch. They did correct that Gannon score on 12, by the way. Oh,
it was a double?
It was a double, yeah. That's why you see her sliding back to 2 and out of that tie. Well, they gave Cat Murch a single on 6. Or on 12, I mean. Huh. No matter how you slice it, there was a lot of throws on 12.
There was. And if Cat did bogey, then she did a really good job, because I felt like she was buried mostly in that group.
Gannon, her 4th. Great effort from Missy.
Great size up effort.
Hansen. That's a putt for par in circle 2.
I love it. I actually don't feel like I've seen Ella's putt look any better than it does right now.
So many great makes today from Hansen.
Just really consistent release and really a more consistent routine presence over the putt. She's usually really pretty fidgety over her putt, and this time she seems very calm. Maybe it's because it's close to her home and she feels confident and, you know, calm, I guess would be the best word for it.
That is a good putt from Holland Hanley to save par.
It really was, because there was such a botched jump putt to lay up.
Murch. Par putt as well. Solid putting here from the future card. Gannon sliding back to 1 under. 2 off the lead of this woman. Raven Klein, 15's tee. On the same, Paige Pierce. Pierce way down the fairway. Lorenzen in the woods for her third. Nothing wrong with a par from there. She would go on to tap in that par. And we'll keep Lorenzen at 2. Just 1 off the lead of Klein and Cox. There are fewer under par than the last time we checked. Again, Des.
It's shrinking and shrinking.
It's shrinking and shrinking.
And we're seeing the kind of like the funness of this tournament itself. Without the Europeans, we're seeing a good mix of the familiar faces, some new faces up there, a couple locals. It's an interesting tournament. What do you got?
Did they leave?
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds like the green is clear for Klein, her second coming up. See if she can scramble up a par from there. Cat Merge, tee of 14. Overcooked it a little to the right, but pin high at least.
Yeah, it seems like that's been kind of the miss for all of our players.
Holland. Hanley looks like she's pin high on the other side of the green. Ella. That one comes in short right. And Gannon. 2 off the lead now. Missy is 4 over on the last 4. That will not help right the ship at all, Des.
Tough when the woods start closing down on you.
They close down. They also kick you when you're down, huh?
They sometimes can.
And then big kick for Gannon into the woods. Klein, her 3rd on a par 4 15th. Had a great line on that one.
It does show how hard it is to kind of negotiate gaps when big trees are just established.
On 16, Lorenzen. Didn't look too punitive on the kick. Back to 14 for Gannon, 2nd. Not a bad lie, all things considered. What a scramble.
Gotta love a dot.
Yep. Drop in par coming for Missy. Pierce on 15. Was headed for the green, but looks like she'll be circle's edge for the birdie putt. Klein, it's a long look at par. Needs this to maintain her share of the lead with Rebecca Cox. Get the action she was hoping for there. Just 7 women under par right now. See how many can hold on coming down the stretch. This course doesn't finish easy either. I think 18 is like the 2nd or 3rd hardest hole in the course too.
Back 9 is punishing.
Yeah. Hanley. Kat Murch in the rough for her 2nd. Friendly reaction off the tree at least.
As we've watched tree kicks, you know, we've seen bad, we've seen good. I've always tried to hold the moniker as a competitor that they pretty much equal out. Like we'll want to be like, oh, I had so many bad tree kicks. But if you really do think about it, you have about the same amount of good ones too.
Yeah. It just doesn't feel like it, right?
It just doesn't. No, we're easily write those off.
Kind of like poker players. You know, you remember your bad beats. You remember your bad kicks. You don't remember the good ones.
That's right, but they're out there.
Hansen. It's a long look at birdie. Another great effort from distance from Ella.
Just really good putt. I'm going to enjoy watching this for the next couple days.
Yeah, that was from the fairway there. One more look at this Hansen bid.
Yeah, really good.
Kat Murch gets in the par. Gannon will do the same. Holland par and a Hansen par. Well, pars around here for your feature group. They are on their way to 15. We'll jump there for Paige Pierce and a birdie putt. Hey, one off the lead goes Paige Pierce, tied for second.
Paige knows what it takes to win.
She was threatening a Champions Cup.
Yes, she was.
Looking really good. Klein for bogey. Oh no. Major shakeups at the top, and then there was one. Rebecca Cox is your leader in Shelton Springs.
They're back, and better than ever. The 2025 Discraft Tour Series lineup has arrived featuring the fan favorite Z-Swirl plastic. Swirly, grippy, and built for flight. Z-Swirl was a standout in 2020, and now it's here again for another legendary season. Support your favorite Discraft pros and bag a piece of disc golf history. These limited edition discs won't last long, so grab yours before they're gone. Available now at discraft.com.
Great news! UPlay and the PDGA share a mission to provide education and support for healthier lifestyles through the sport of disc golf. By joining the PDGA, your membership dollars are directly at work for these amazing programs, introducing and producing disc golf players all over the world. Support our programs by joining the PDGA or donating here.
All right, welcome back. We've got Holland on the tee pad of 15. There by our 200-foot marker to the pin.
Ella Hansen stepping up next. Double kick keeps her mostly in the fairway. Gannon. It's a nice line from Missy.
Yeah, I really like that right open shot instead of trying to force maybe something a little bit more towards the inside left.
Paige Pierce, tee of 16. Lorenzen on 17. Mittling, 16.
That had a lot of heat on it. It seems so low.
Back to your featured card, Ella Hansen. A fairway of 15 for her second. Caught the last one she needed to beat there. And back to 16 for Pierce, a very long looking birdie. Great effort from Paige, though. Nice pace on that one as well for a drop-in par. Back on 15 for Gannon.
Again, we're seeing their advantage players with caddies. Just being able to bounce ideas back and forth really does make a difference in your mental ability to calm yourself and knowing that you have the right shot at hand.
Gannon sneaking that one into the circle, Des. Great shot.
Just lovely. Just mimicked a couple of her tee shots that we talk about. Just set up really good for those straight shot and missies.
'18 and Hokum tapping in for par, the queen of clean, keeping it under on the day.
Yeah, really good round there, Hokum.
Holland Hanley's second. Should be right around 200 to the pin. Lorenzen firmly in the shrub for her second on 17. About circle's edge is the word there. She has to bend down and pick it up now.
She's hating every part of that 255-foot par 3 right now.
Mittling with another great birdie. Man, she's had some struggles, but she's had some great highlights too.
Yeah, I feel like Eliezer wasn't quite on her game today. Even on hole 1, she appeared to be frantic.
Lorenzen wants no part of that putt, lays it up for the bogey. Klein, it's a putt for par.
Yeah, I saw it. That's the end.
Hansen, very long look at birdie. Gosh, another one with a great effort. Nice little stump stop there, though, huh?
We can tell that Ella really does want to win this one, feeling so close to home. It would mean a lot.
Holland. Also a very long birdie bid. Drop in par coming her way soon. Cat Merch, she has a birdie look. Currently 3 over, but that's just 6 off the lead, as you can see. Chance to cut it to 5. Now to clean up par. Nice work there for your 2023 defending champion. Gannon. It is a birdie putt for a share of second place. Missy moving the right way again with that birdie. Handling for par.
It's definitely never too late to right the ship.
Ella Hansen for her par. And we've got 3 left to go for our feature card. We've got a stat comparison for you on our top 4. Gonna see what they're doing well, how they ended up on top in Shelton Springs. So Rebecca was throwing, Missy is putting, and Klein and Pierce are mixing it up.
That is what it is. Yes. And we did know that Rebecca has that really clean back half.
Mm-hmm.
Look at those scorecards.
Now your feature card is headed to 16. Let's fly it, Des.
16, a par 3, 5th easiest hole, 310 feet, 95 meters. It averages 2.97. Fairly straightforward, besides just negotiating some trees. You're going to pick your line, which favors whatever shot you're going to be throwing, and it's just a gentle fade to the right, 310 feet through the woods. No elevated basket, not too guarded. Hit your shot.
Gannon up first. Didn't quite get the nose angle, or was that just launched too high?
Launched too high.
Okay.
And especially for Missy. Missy's a fairly low thrower. We
Yeah.
don't see her throw high too often.
Great point. Looks like Holland will opt for the forehand play. Few better in the game. And that was nicely done.
Yeah, that really does solve that whole problem.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let the disc do the work.
Cat Merch likes that idea. Trickles the circle's edge.
Yeah, just 2 very similar shots, a little bit of a wobble out of Kat's hand, and that's just kind of with the power that Holland has on that forehand.
Yeah, such a clean spin. Hansen also has a very clean forehand.
See that same nice little release out of Ella.
Okay.
It's a bit of a diabolical finish on a course designer standpoint. We're looking at Paige on hole 17 here at 255 feet. It's one of the shortest holes on the course, and 16 paired right before it is 310. So I mean, we just came off a huge stretch of bogeys and hard holes, and then the finish is a gotta getter. So metal to the pedal.
Klein, ooh, leaves it wide.
Sometimes Chris is like, it's rolling. I didn't roll. Okay.
And yes, I did mean metal to the pedal, because it's mentally you need to like put it in overdrive here, because it is a good opportunity to get a lot of strokes on players.
Definitely.
We're seeing players kind of go flat on that back half, but some who are birding those two holes, 16 and 17, have moved up.
And looks like Rebecca got 16.
She did.
On the way home.
And then Hokum went flat and didn't get any.
Missy Gannon, the only one not putting for birdie here on 16. Klein, her second on 17. And that was a nice approach. Back to 16. Hansen has a birdie putt right on circle's edge.
Looks like she has a low branch, kind of like right in her field of vision.
Ella Hansen's putting.
Just draining them today.
Putting on a show. Swinging over to Murch. It's also a birdie putt. Win, T of 17, after the nice make from Murch.
Forehand's a really good shot here. As we see Hannah just execute it.
That's how you do it, I guess.
That is how you do it.
Back to 16 for another birdie putt. Hanley this time. Sneaks it just over and in. Nice birdie from Holland. It gets Holland back under on the day. Gannon for par. That make will keep Missy one off the lead. Paige Pierce. Second shot on 17. That was nicely pitched over for a par. On the same, Wynn has a birdie putt to get back under on the day.
Nice, Hannah.
Hannah Wynn doesn't miss putts, Des.
She does not, especially when you've just thrown that great shot.
And that is a par for Raven Klein. That's the par for Pierce. Has one stroke on Wynn and Klein, winning her card currently. Lorenzen, we're on the finishing hole, hole 18. Dog leg left. Lorenzen threw that well, Des.
All you can ask for right there.
Trying to bring it home with a birdie. That would get her into a share of second place with Pierce and Gannon if she can do so. But we got some more under par again.
We do have a few more under par. We got our whole lead card right here, I guess, on the card that we're looking at.
Yeah. And that Rebecca Cox number, it's back to holding up. It wasn't for a while, but now it is. 17 does. What's our shot here?
17, 8th easiest hole, par 3, 255 feet or 78 meters. It remarkably is averaging 3.09, so a slightly over par. Not quite sure why, just because it is. And it is a new tee this year, so it went from a more straight shot to what we're seeing right here, a left to right fade and an elevated basket on a pitch, so the green is very slippery.
And a reminder, we are in crunch time. Commercial free the rest of the way through, thanks to our friends over at 1010 Discs, as Cap Merch kicks this one around the corner with some body English.
Sometimes you need the English.
That was awesome. A Merch reaction to this shot. Hi-ya! That's some high kicks,
that
man.
was, yeah, the Rockets.
I think someone pulled a hammy just watching that.
Radio City Rockets, those high-kicking women.
Hanley. It was inside and it paid the price. Ella. Also inside, but sneaking.
Just a tricky little gap you got to feed for 255 feet.
Wow. Gannon just one off the lead, 2 to go, round 1.
I wasn't supposed to do that.
I'm so proud of you. Mine wasn't supposed to do what it did, but it did.
I find when we watch our FPO and our MPO competitors that we got into disc golf that is so long driven on courses, so long holes. When we get a short hole thrown at our FPO and MPO, they have a hard time negotiating them. And if you were to put them in a fairway, they would make that up shot probably 85% of the time. But for some reason, translating to a shorter tee has been giving our FPO and our MPOs some havoc.
Good courses, I know.
I like it.
Yeah.
I'm all fan of a couple short holes and being able to generate aces and putting a pressure on a gotta get too.
Lorentzen, one of 2 Norwegians in the field this weekend. Sten, the other Norwegian in the field. Sten is 2 over on the day. The Battle of Norway right there. Lorentzen out in front. Gannon second on 17. Not a bad kick. Back to the forehand well, and that was not great there.
It was a complete misfire. Diabolical with the way that pin is positioned on a slope and the elevated basket. So Missy was trying to take out a lot of the speed and distance by throwing it out there, but that was definitely a misfire.
Holland Hanley short and right of the pin. Figuring out her second with caddy and partner Tyler.
And here we're really seeing the difficulty that we see players face every time they get off the fairway. I believe this is a no-cut course, so all of these trees are just going to continually grow up and block in the fairway.
Hanley a little wide with her second. There's work left on that par putt as well.
And anytime you have shrubs or bushes that are in front of you, it's going to change your pitch angle and it takes that distance out. So we've seen our competitors trying to throw out, and with the nose, leading nose being up, everything is falling and stalling.
Par putt for Hanley? No, doesn't want it. I don't blame her.
I don't either. I could tell immediately that she didn't want it. And then that's just a great player right there. If you don't feel it, just put it underneath the basket.
They also have Gannon in circle 2 for her par putt. The angle a little better over here, Des, or?
I'm going to say it's probably worse just because she's tucked against that tree line. Now we get a good look at it. All right.
Yeah. If it's better, it's not much.
It's not much.
No.
But it's runnable.
It is, especially for Missy Gannon.
Yep.
To maintain her share of second, Gannon. Can't find the line, but at least it doesn't go too far.
That looked like a nice little, just like kind of half bid.
Yeah. Lorenzen on 18. You saw the drive a few moments ago. Now her second. She has about 100 feet into the pin from there. Hansen in circle 2, but it's a putt for birdie. Again, Des.
Love it. Yes, you can see now we get to see Ella's true potential right here when that putt is hitting. Always has been the weakest part of her game. And so I'm excited to watch how it continually evolves. Once that putt can hit for her, all those other aspects of her game that are really good already are just going to become better.
She is 8 for 9 inside the circle, and that was her 4th make in circle 2 today.
Wow.
Really impressive stuff. Merch to match that birdie. Great putt from Kat.
Great follow.
Merch is fighting back. Back-to-back birdies, just 1 over. That's just 4 off the lead.
Yeah, and I'm going to commend what I gave Kat some credit for. She kept her composure. You could tell she was like shaken and frustrated, but she never punched a tree, hit the ground, stomped her bag, and it paid off. You know, she kept herself in it. Her mind might not have been like as sharp as she wanted to, but because she wasn't verbally and physically putting that out there, everything else righted herself, and she's found herself back in it.
Hole 18. Paige Pierce on the tee.
Prime time.
Yeah. On the same, but on the fairway, Lorenzen her 3rd. Ah, nice. Gets in on that second step for a drop-in par. To head to the clubhouse, back to the tee, Klein. Another booming drive from Klein.
Yeah, I'm seeing as we've played this course now for the first time, the premium comes on the second shot. Now, a lot of that is set up with the drive, but the drives are appearing to be easier for our competitors to let go of, and then the second shot tends to be where we're seeing them have their biggest issues. And that just comes with wooded golf and not having a true direct fairway. It's up to the competitor to find their best fairway for their game and shot controls.
There's a big tie at 4th. Scrolling to page 2. Kona at the top of your list there, along with Owen Scoggins. There's Kat Mertz. She's not far off the top 10.
No, she after the beginning of her round, she really did right her ship great. And especially when we're looking at the top 10 is only one down. So that's yeah, everyone's in it almost. Wooded golf keeps it true.
It really does.
The person with the most skills will rise to the top and win this one. We're not seeing all orthodox shots. Everyone has had to do something creative. So the person that's going to have the most skills and the most creativity, I think, will become the champion here.
Really test up your entire disc golf game, huh?
Yeah, because we've seen some really good shots, but you still need to get creative to make the next one.
Finishing up on 18. This is Jennifer. Oh, Allison Mabbitt, excuse me. Madison Tomeno. That's Kelly Foster, and a drop in par for Lorenzen. Caps an under par day. See what you can do in round 2. Milling on 18. Waiting for the green to clear. Your feature card waiting for the fairway to clear. I've heard it's been really nice up in the Northwest lately too. But the rain came for the tournament, I guess. So the
It
gloomy
did
conditions.
Kind of caught a couple practice rounds just to kind of see how the course was playing, and it did look like some good weather that they had as their practices.
Hannah Wynn on 18, her second, after it looks like a nice drive. Catching the last one she needed to beat there. Hopefully she can pitch over for a par. That will keep Hannah under on the day and a tie for 4th. There is Paige with her wife Ayla. Pierce throwing 2 on 18. Had the shape, does, just not the distance. If you need a smile, just cut to Missy Gannon, Des. You know?
It'll brighten up any day.
Yeah. Klein. Her second on 18, going to the forehand roller, whether intended or not. Should work for a 4. Ella's usually good for one, too.
Yeah, disc golf is such a unique sport that you can sit here and be competitors and then be companions all in itself. I mean, what a great lifetime activity.
Thank you, doctor. Oh my god. Why am I still on the ball? Something's not clicking here.
A little customary high five
Yep.
at the finish.
Yeah. We are flying 18 Zenny style in the bottom right. You want to take a look before they play it. Dog leg left. Reminder, you got coupon code DGPT for 10% off your order over at zenny.com. Super easy to grab some prescription glasses, sunglasses. Just call up your eye doc, get those numbers, type them in, and they're on your doorstep. It's pretty cool. Cat merch. This is another wide yank on 18. Oh my.
Yeah, that might have done some OP. I don't know. That felt like out of the park zone.
Hansen. The opposite problem for Ellen. Oh my.
The last half of the game, we've been seeing our competitors really start relying on their towels, their dirt bag apparatuses, whatever they're using, chalk bags. We can even see right now Holland's pants are getting super saggy with all the wetness. And back to the towel. Grip, so important. I learned back in the day to actually just putt with a wet putter because I felt like I couldn't get the grip that I wanted. Definitely more difficult on the tee, but I did learn that skill on the green.
That looks OB, doesn't it, Does?
You know, it's interesting. There's one OB area up there, but I feel like that actually might be the spectator. So I guess we're going to have to see. Now that we're 3 for 3 with kind of bad shots, I think the weight, the grip, everything is giving our players some havoc.
Gannon.
He always does a good job of keeping it under her jacket or her shirt to alleviate any other drips that might come on the disc rim.
Whittle is so good.
They like that one. So does Missy.
All right, there was a green flag in that audience, so we'll see.
Klein ahead on the fairway, her third. Oh, what a bid from Raven. Hopefully not penalized too badly. Pierce. It's a birdie putt for a share of the lead. Oh. Chain out. Great effort. On the green of the same, Klein for par. Tough finish to a great day for Raven. She'll slide back to even.
All players are looking at their hands. Grip, wet, wrinkled.
Ugh. Page's putt does the job. Hey, even on the back nine, not bad for Pierce.
Yeah, and all single bogeys.
Speaking of bogeys, there's Klein's to get off the course. And Rebecca Cox out in front.
Out in front. She was out in front to start, ended the day.
Not just chase card, not just lead card. The lead for Rebecca Cox. Hansen has a chance. Nah, she doesn't really have a chance anymore.
Put a good benchmark out there. So 3 is our new hot round number to try to slaughter, I guess, tomorrow.
Holland might have a chance. She was OB up for tee, wasn't she?
Well, we're waiting to see.
That's true. Yeah. They are giving her out of bounds after one throw. So.
Yeah, it's.
In the clubhouse with our man Nate Perkins is Paige Pierce. All yours, Perk.
Paige Pierce, 2 under par today. Talk to us. How did that feel?
Yeah, it was an interesting round of golf. Like, I felt pretty average type of golf. I threw some good shots, but I also threw some bad shots, and I don't know, I wasn't feeling like crisp. I talked about like my shoulder kind of hurting earlier in the week, and like it wasn't hurting today, but I was just like timid, thinking, oh, what can I do to hurt it? So like I was just like a little timid and not like powerful off the tee.
Can you talk about how the wet tee pads and just in general the moisture out here played a role in the difficulty?
Yeah, I felt like this is such like what you would picture for Washington. Like it was like water was coming down the whole round, but you only saw like 6 umbrellas total, so like they're just used to it. But it really affects the golf for sure, because like it's not wet enough to have the umbrella and have all these towels, but like you just can't ever get like dry.
Yeah.
So you're always worried about grip locking, and I think that was another reason of throwing a little timid. The tee pads, I was surprised how good they were. They looked scary, but I checked every one of them before I threw, and I didn't feel any slipping.
Well, can you touch on the difficulty of this back nine? You just mentioned to me off camera, from 11 on, it is just brutal out there.
Yeah, and you know, for my first practice round coming in, I was like thinking, oh wow, this isn't what I pictured for Washington and coming into the woods and like what I heard of the course. And then sure enough, you get to hole 11 and you can't even see the sky anymore for the last, what is that, 8 holes. So yeah, it's crazy. You've got to get your birdies on the front and just like maintain on 11 on.
Well, Paige, thanks for your time, and we'll likely see you tomorrow on the lead card.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Cool.
Heal that shoulder up.
Thank you, Nate and Paige, for the time there. Any reaction to Paige's words there?
I think it's just kind of what we were talking about with the conversation. All players are looking at their hands. The tee pads looked okay. You know, like they did look scary, but they were reacting really well for players' feet. Yeah, and the back half. We're seeing it just level players. And I think what Paige alluded to, and I said right before the break of her interview, was she was all single bogeys. And so it's really easy to get those double bogeys, and that's just going to rack up in the late games. And the fact that she said she felt average. And I bet if we were to survey all of the players, I think they're going to say they all felt average. Somehow playing wooded golf, unless you are completely diamond, and it's very rare that that happens, you feel average because you get good kicks, bad kicks, good shots feel good, but then end up bad. And so your whole mentality kind of gets thrown into a wonk. And you kind of feel average. And then that's where those double bogeys and stuff are really going to expose themselves. So Paige did a good job of single bogeys, keeping average, keeping keel, and keeping the birdies up.
Straight all the way back to the road.
That was Ella's third. I don't think a par is in her future, but it looks like a pretty easy bogey from there. Holland will need a heck of a third to save par after the OB drive.
Yeah, and Ella's tee shot wasn't in a good position either, so if she can get a drop-in bogey, she probably is going to come off the course like, okay.
Looks like Holland will get off the course of the bogey as well.
Yeah, Holland played really well, but just a couple holes. Those big holes and big numbers made her score really get away from her.
Merch. Throwing 5 already. It was a good one, though. I think that might have been her 4th, though. Kona sneaking into your top 10. Very good look at that OB line just inside the advertising wall.
I appreciate the fact that the advertising wall is a good a ways away from the OB line, so OB shots really are just OB. Yeah.
Missy's second. That looked like the right action.
It felt like a good angle, good height.
3 is going to be cutting it real close on battery.
And a bit of a slow, rainy round as coming in on 4 hours right now, I believe.
Yeah, wooded golf will be slow anyway, and then when you add in the rain, it is almost like torture sometimes. As a player, yeah, it's so tough. Because you want to stay disciplined to all the wipe, but at some point you're just like, I'm over it. And then one bad shot and you're like, oh, I'm back in it. Wipe.
Gannon doing just that before her 3rd. Nice jump putt approach from Missy. That should work for 4.
Me?
Ella. It's a very long putt for par on the elevated pin. Already has 4 circle 2 makes though. Should she go for another one?
I say yes.
I think you're right, Des.
Oh. Gosh. And that's been the other thing is she has hit metal on every other one that she has missed.
Mm-hmm. And that was practically the fairway. There was a fairway marker just behind her foot.
Oh.
What a bid.
Exciting times for Ella if this putt can hold.
Yeah. Hanley in her 4th.
Beautiful negotiation. She had no direct line towards the target and just went with the outside route. Didn't force anything. No additional strokes needed.
Over to Merch. They have this as a putt for double bogey. Full send from Merch that almost did the job.
Needed Ella to make hers. That's how it's been working.
Hansen for her bogey. Gannon in for the par. Bogey for Hanley. Big number for Merch as she heads to the clubhouse. There is your top 10 after round 1 at Discraft's Cascade Challenge. We're one lap through, Des. What do you think?
I think everyone needs to stay in it and know that everyone is having the same things happen to them. So the person that can adjust and digest all of those facts is going to come out on top.
All right, I'm with you. We're going to send it off to one more quick break. On the other side, we'll have the after show. We'll see you there.
I knew Levi before Pound was a company. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect. At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best bag ever made. It's the most comfortable bag that I've ever worn. The most tough and well-built and long-lasting thing that I'd ever tried on.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, also known as Double G, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
Double G Craft Jerky is an awesome snack when you have a hankering on the course. You need a little something to pick you up out there so you can really get after a drive or finish on a putt and capitalize.
When you're playing a disc golf round and you're hungry and you don't have a snack on the course, you start to lose focus, you start thinking about what am I going to eat for dinner. With Double G Craft Jerky, that's not a problem.
Bend the reality of what a disc can be and discover Ultra Soft plastic. Ultra Soft has the best grip and flex of any plastic Prodigy has ever made. Check out the entire collection today on ProdigyDisc.com or your local retailer.
Upgrade your disc golf setup this season. Discraft's fresh lineup of Grip EQ bags and the all-new Zuka cart give you unbeatable comfort, style, and standout performance. Make this season one to remember at Discraft.com.
I sort of proved to myself that I still got it. Whatever is meant to happen with me will happen. And what I want wants me even more. So I just have to be open to receive it.
EDGE is a nationally recognized 501c3 charitable organization.
What we do is we empower the teachers with complete programming along with the equipment and a standardized curriculum. So you have a one-stop shop for teachers and youth educators. That's really what EDGE is. It makes everything simple for the teacher to get involved with disc golf.
If we want disc golf to be recognized, we need to introduce disc golf to the youth. And if nothing else, they've got a healthy game that they can enjoy with their families throughout the rest of their lives.
Your membership dollars have a huge impact on the growth of the game of disc golf. The PDGA uses membership dollars to provide and aid disc golf as it spreads across the globe. From tools like the PDGA app and Tournament Manager, services like the TD Helpline, and grant programs that support the growth of disc golf globally. Your active membership also brings you access to select member benefits, including free and discounted access to the Disc Golf Network. So sign up today, and we'll see you out on the course.
Legends built it. The next generation is elevating it. The most dominant team in disc golf history just got deeper. World champions, record breakers, the future of the game, united under one banner. This isn't just competition, it's a legacy in motion. This is the next chapter. Discraft, built for flight.
Welcome in to Tournament Central. Taking a look at your Innova Hot Rounds for day 1. Rebecca Cox leading the charge. Paige Pierce right there.
Yeah, -3 held up.
It did. Taking a look at Major Champion Missy Gannon's scorecard. Colorful day out in Shelton Springs.
Look at that. It sure was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 birdies. I think she was only matched by Ella with 8. It's showing what we're seeing is you want to have just a single bogey. Those double bogeys are round records out here in the woods. And I do feel like that stretch on 16, 17, they're going to be a game changer.
This really exemplifies what Paige Pierce was talking about too. Score on the front, survive the back.
Looks like it.
Yeah. We have Missy Gannon in the clubhouse with Nate Perkins. Let's head on down.
Missy Gannon, got a little cold out there. You found yourself under par though, 1 down. How did it feel?
Yeah, roller coaster. I mean, I feel like I played the front pretty well. You know, I'm expecting single bogeys here and there, but able to get the birdies early, which helped, I think, because really just slowed down. Once we hit hole 11, the backups kind of started, and it just felt like it was getting colder, and we were getting kind of cold physically too. Yeah. So yeah, just have to work through those, and those are going to be the backup holes. So I have to keep my mind focused and not think about the backup.
Well, you just mentioned to me, Ella Hansen said she timed it. It took almost an hour to play 11 to the tee of 13. Mm-hmm. Can you kind of touch on how that affects you guys as a card and just as a player?
Yeah, I think, well, for me, like this, I'm new to this course, you know, so I can play it well in practice. You know, I figured out my game plan, but once you get to tournament, you know, you kind of have to just take what the course gives you and what you're doing. And so, yeah, you know, we were just all kind of going back and forth on that hole. You know, it was just hole 12 just is going to be tough, and to have to wait too is tough. But again, it's part of the game, and just have to figure out ways to stay warm, especially when it is also cold out. That it just kind of was a little mix of things. But yeah, you know, I know that those holes are going to play kind of tough, and just have to maybe switch a couple things up and not be so aggressive. But it was round 1, so I did go for a couple shots maybe I wouldn't necessarily go for most of the time.
How were the tee pads out there? They looked pretty slick visually.
No, they're good. They're kind of the texture of them is pretty gritty. So while they did all look really wet, and they were wet, I didn't have any problems with them. I didn't really see anybody on my card have any problems. So I'm not sure if that, you know, was just a testament to the way that they're made. But yeah, I felt secure. I wasn't really worried about it.
How did you feel like the match play event on Wednesday kind of primed you for the competition today?
Well, I feel like it helped Rebecca.
Yeah, it did.
I think it was good to have a little bit of a competitive round. I don't necessarily keep score in practice, so maybe I had a little bit of an expectation going into today, but you know, I liked being able to have a competitive round on a new course for me. So yeah, I liked it a lot, and yeah, I still learned a few things today. You're gonna find yourself in weird spots and spots you haven't been before. So yeah, it's just about adapting out here.
Missy, thanks for your time. We'll see you tomorrow on that lead card.
Thank you.
Thank you, Missy and Nate, for that. Missy's demeanor's got to help her on a course like this, right?
I think it's what we're talking about. You have to be loose. You have to take what the course gives you. And Missy has always shrugged off all of her shots, good or bad. And that keeps her on that keel to be big money Missy.
Yep. Called the Missy meh. She just walks back to Tom, just
meh, meh, meh. I like that.
Yeah. Yep. She was dialed today with the driver. The putter was looking really good too.
She really did just nail it in her interview. It mirrored what Paige had said. So all of our competitors are feeling greatness, and then they're also feeling not so great. And then that's really been the prevalent takeaway, is they start off feeling really good, and then it starts to slip on them. And it's how that competitor is going to adapt, as Missy said, and rebound from those feelings.
And Missy's so resilient on the course. Tough to keep her down long.
Out here on this course, advantage to those who have won. Rebecca has her work cut out for her. it's going to take a real winner's attitude to win this one.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Paige Pierce, the other kind of name, starting to come back into form maybe.
Yeah, Paige is really finding her groove after that injury. It does take a while just to be able to feel secure within your own body. And Paige now does that. And then she's also, I think, reawakened her desire to play, which as a competitor and a world champion, I can tell you, you do lose that. It seems like a far-fetched thing to say, but it does happen. It is so hard to maintain a humongous competitive advantage when you've held it for so long. It slips, and it feels okay to let it slip.
I talked to Juliana, but she said almost the same things, Corver, same thing you just said there. Just like, I'd won a bunch, and I just, kind of got over it for a while.
Yeah, a champion's mentality gets you to be a champion, and then when things aren't quite as clicky as they need to be, it's easy to slip to be like, well, I just don't have it anymore. And so it feels good to be able to relax and not have to always have that killer attitude. But once you have it, though, and that fire comes back, it's great to have, and it'll translate on the course.
The putting for Pierce is also fantastic. She's really putting well from Circle 2 this year, as you can see here.
Yeah, she's always been an excellent putter.
We'll see Paige on that league card tomorrow. But Des, it is time for the OTP shot of the day. What do you got for us?
I got to say, I think it's like hole 8, but it was Missy's just tunnel shot that I said was geared for Missy.
I like that one. I'm going to go with that Raven kind of fall forward putt.
That's a good one.
Like 15 or 16. I don't know. Let's see what production has for us. Fire off that OTB shot of the day. What do you got, guys?
You're so good.
Sometimes I get them.
I'm still a big over.
Are you really?
I think so.
Come on, Des.
See, that's the competitive attitude. I'm keeping track of even this. Not good at shot of the day.
Turns out world champions. Mildly competitive.
Truth. Great shot, Raven.
That was so good. Snuck it over the rim from Circle 2.
Gotta love a layout putt.
Finishing even on the day was Klein. Here are your show times for later today for the gents. Make sure you come back tomorrow. For Des and myself, everybody on the ground. Walking around in these wet conditions is not fun. Everybody in the booth, we thank you so much for watching and subscribing to the Disc Golf Network. We'll see you soon for the gents.